Hello and welcome to EPT Retro. I am James Hartigan, and the bearded visage you can see in the box over my shoulder belongs to my good friend and colleague, Mr. Joseph Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. James, I cleaned off my entire desktop for this.
I'm very pleased, Joe. We don't want anything accidental slipping onto the stream because the theme of this is to take a retrospective look at the early years of the European Poker Tour. And Joe, this is something we talked about for some time. It's an idea that a few people have floated around. Now seems like as good a time as any to do it. I say that, and then I realize that we're actually launching these streams on the same day that Disney Plus has launched in the UK and much of Europe. So we're going up against the entire MCU, the entire Star Wars canon, the entire Disney Animated Studios back catalogue, plus Pixar. Oh, and the National Geographic to boot.
First of all, why are you reminding people of that? Second of all, rip Disney Plus then. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's take a chunk out of their bottom line. I'm ready.
So basically, we're going back to the very beginning. We've dug up all of the old TV shows from the archive, but we've stripped away all of the old school commentary. And the idea is we're going to take a fresh look at what happened back in 2004, 2005. And as I said to Daniel in the chat a few moments ago, we're going back to the very beginning, the very first event in Barcelona in September of 2004. I think it's important to state, Joe, that you didn't start working on the EPT until the middle of 2011. I started around season 3, so for the next 2 days, what I'm going to be looking at as well will be completely fresh. I may have watched the TV shows when they were on in the mid-2000s, but I've forgotten all of them.
Well, I never watched the shows originally, no offense, because I was in grade school. Secondly, even when little bits of them have been replayed, they haven't stuck in my brain. So all of this is basically going to be new to me.
Okay, and a bit later on, we're going to be joined by Spraggy, who has not made day 3 of the Sunday Million. Anyone who's watching Spraggy's 20-second stream yesterday will be aware of that fact. But yes, good luck to the 91 players still in that record-breaking event, and I'm sure there'll be coverage of that later on this evening once we're done with our look back at EPTs of old. The important thing to say is in Season 1, only the final tables got televised. So all we can show you from the very first EPT are the final 8 players competing for the inaugural European Poker Tour trophy. Would you like me to stat you, Joe, with some hashtag fun facts?
Yes, I love fun facts. Go for it.
Okay, so the very first EPT had a buy-in of €1,000, which of course is
what's that in today's dollars?
What adjusting for inflation?
Yeah, what is it? Like what, 6-7 grand?
No, it's gonna. Well, bear in mind I haven't checked exchange rates recently. Too scared
Not today, as of yesterday.
I think you're looking at around $1,500 probably in today's money. It's the buy-in now that we would have in a national championship. Some of the smaller events, I guess, on tour. And for a 1K, the field was relatively small, 229 players. But remember, this is 16 years ago. And a min cash.
And also remember this, guys. There was no TV show yet. So people couldn't be like, I want to go play on that EPT TV show.
That is
true. It was
true.
The first one.
That is true. The word hadn't got out there yet. It was still very much a new thing. It was in its infancy. It was building its following, building its customer base. So here's a question, Joe. I can tell you that there was a €229,000 prize pool. 27 players got paid. How much do you think the min cash was for finishing in 27th place on a 1K buy-in?
It was a 1K buy-in? What, like 1,800?
€1,100, correct. You would make a €100 profit for min cash.
Oh my God!
EPT.
It's only the min cash, and they're already doing things hilariously bad in the past.
Oh, there's a lot more of that to come. So without further ado, are you happy to get started?
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go then with our retrospective look at EPT1 Barcelona from September 2004. Enjoy. And first we're going to meet the players at the final table. Some old school faces, including John Kabaj, who was a stalwart on the UK circuit for many years. Alexander Stevic from Sweden's second biggest stack at the final table. The short stack is Andreas Pornaras from Greece.
Pornaras? Okay, never mind.
Another old school British pro, Gary the Whacker Bush.
Wow, we have Pornaras and Bush. Wonderful.
Luca Pagano, huge bucks, Broncos. Adam Roback loves that line. He is the chip leader at the final table. We're just shy of 300k. David O'Callaghan from Ireland is in seat 7. And rounding out the final table is Stefan Rapp from Austria with 150,000 in chips. Before they shuffle up and deal, Joe, let's remind everyone of the best hands in poker, starting with the 10-star hand, the Royal Flush, which is better than a straight flush, which is not royal in its nature. 4 of a kind, pretty self-explanatory. That's only 8 stars. Full house, 3 of one, 2 of the other. A flush, now that is 5 cards, all of the same suit in any order. A straight, 5 in a row of any suit. 3 of a kind, it's the Ron Seal hand. It is what it says on the tin. 2 pair, likewise. 2 pair. Better than 1 pair, which is only a 2-star hand. And the worst of them all, the high card. That is a 1-star hand, my friends.
I love how you have an equal 1 in 10 chance of getting each of those 10 types of hands also.
So chip denominations, I'm informed that the greens are 1,000 and the purples, burgundies, the red wines are 100. They are
I
foul.
bet the croupier at the roulette table is very upset they stole all his chips for this.
So blinds are 1,500, 3,000. And the action has been folded to the chip leader. And that is a raise from Adam Roback. Now, I promise you won't do this too often, but I need to stop. I need to pause this.
Okay.
Because we need to comment on the graphics. Now, I appreciate that in the early days of televised poker, we didn't get stack sizes and big blinds. But come on.
Yeah.
The graphics say up bet rather than raise with no reference to how much the raise is. Literally, all this graphic is telling me is he has Jack of Spades, 9 of Hearts. I can tell you that the raise is actually 12,000. So yes, it is a 4x raise.
Ha ha ha, lol, 4x raise. Did people play Queen 3 back in 2004? Okay, they didn't.
So round to Stefan Rapp, who has ace 8 of diamonds.
And here we go. All right, he's in.
He's going to call. John Cabage has ace queen.
Any idea what position he called in?
I think he called in the cutoff because that looks like the dealer button in front of Cabage.
Okay, all right, that's fine, right? No big deal. Ace queen suited, can't really do anything wrong here but fold.
That is a re-raise. The term 3-bet had not been coined yet, and the re-raise is to 40k. Sorry, 52k. So it's an additional 40k.
All right, well, let's see how 2004 this ends up being.
There's a fold from the original raiser. And a fold from the caller.
James, this all, nothing lull bad there.
Oh no, we've overpromised and underdelivered. It seems that poker in 2004 was just the same as it was in 2020.
Exactly, I see no differences whatsoever. Honestly, if something was lull bad, I'm probably not going to say it. I am not qualified.
So this is back when the EPT was actually played in the main casino rather than the convention hall of the Arts Hotel. And yes, smoking was allowed, but not at the TV table, which is why Pointeress has not lit that cigar.
That explains why they're using table game chips.
Okay, here he comes again with his 4x raise. Roback opens to 12,000 with 7s. Here is the question. In the year 2004, was it always coming 7?
I think it's always been coming 7. So yeah, I'm going to say yes.
Ace 9 for the second biggest stack at the table, Alex Stevic, and looks like he's in the cutoff here, Joe. I'm not mad on this call.
Does that mean you're not mad at it or you're not mad about it?
I'm not mad about it. I don't think it's the bomb.
Not mad about it. I'm not crazy about it either, but whatever. Look, he's flipping.
I love it when you play results. We always get your best analysis. So first flop of the day, 10-10 deuce. We did see ace-10 folded pre.
7s has got to be somewhat happy about this. Stevich isn't supposed to be calling with ace-9. Ace-10, obviously a little more often, but
So Roback
not a
is bet
huge part of the cutoff calling range.
20,000, and Stevich is going to call here. What is the plan? What's the strategy?
I mean, look, one would think, oh, wait, how about that? Does that count as a strategy?
Okay, yeah, try and spike an ace on the turn.
I think that was the strategy. I was about to get into something like, oh, maybe he's going for like a double float or something, but no, he just wanted to hit an ace, and he got there.
So action goes check, check on the turn, and to be fair to Roback, he's only put money in this pot so far when he's been ahead.
Do you guys want to know whose turn it is? It's the guy with the purple ride ticket next to his name.
Is that a ticket to EPT victory as Stevich bets? And somehow he only has 95% equity, even though he has the best hand.
That's interesting. Is there a sixth card in the season 1?
I'm going to guess that was a graphics error that no one spotted before this show got mastered.
Maybe they calculate there's a 5% chance Roback would raise and win the hand.
No, instead, Roback calls the value bet of 20k from Stevich. And Alex is going to win that one. By the way, if you're watching that hand and you're a little bit confused, what was going on? Like, what's all this betting and what are all these cards in the middle? So everyone gets dealt whole cards. And then there's a round of betting, right?
Hold cards.
Then comes the flop. These are the first 3 community cards. And then there's another round of betting. More fun discs go into the middle of the table. Then comes the turn, the 4th community card. More chips go in the middle before the final community card, the river. And then the final round of betting. Lots of pot splashing going on there. And that is a straight versus a set. Cooler City. And ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you, Joe Stapleton is playing that guitar. He is slapping the bass man.
Yes, that is a bass. Thank you. That was a cool bass riff. I liked it.
You'll notice we've got some new chips in play, by the way. The ugly browns join the ugly greens and ugly purples, and they are worth 5k each. Here comes Luca with pocket sixes. And spoiler alert, you're going to be seeing quite a lot of this guy in the early seasons of the European Poker Tour.
This kid, I think, actually is probably more accurate.
Wow.
Lucas seems relatively short
and
compared
that
to the rest of the table.
Is a huge raise, assuming that we are still at the 3K blind level. He's 5x'd it to 15,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the play these days would probably be like just an open shove, but without knowing his exact sack size, maybe it's too much.
So Callahan calls, and we have a queen 10-6 flop. Top pair versus a set.
And now you're very happy. Is he still not going to get it in? Is he just going to... I bet 3/4 of my stack again. That's a very small bet, it seems.
Here we go. All in and a call. And assuming that these percentages are correct, there is a 94% chance that Luca Pagano will double up here. He is the at-risk player. And O'Callaghan is drawing dead on the turn. A double up for the Italian.
Played it great.
And we do have evidence that 3 of a kind does in fact beat 2 pair. 2 pair is not good against a set of 6s. We have graphical evidence to prove it.
2 pair is a 3-star hand. Meanwhile, 3 of a kind, 4-star hand. I like it how a 3 of a kind is only 4 out of 10 stars.
Okay, so there is the dealer button, and that denotes who the nominal dealer is, and it moves around one space with every hand. The player to the immediate left of the dealer posts the small blind, and then there is the big blind.
Now we're going to need a second graphic just to explain to people what nominal means.
Porneras all in for his last 16 or 17K with pocket eights.
I can't have porn or ass going out so soon. Oh, no.
And here comes an isolation re-raise from Stefan Rupp with ace king.
We've got some thinking happening.
John Kabaj.
What's he got? What's he thinking about? How am I supposed to fake knowing analysis about this?
Strag is confused. Where is the big blind ante? You're 16 years too early.
Her name was Helga. She's watching from the sidelines.
So here we go. Classic race. Joe, this is the first classic race in EPT history.
It's like X videos versus X hamster. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage for Porneras.
Someone just shouted higher. It's not Bruce Forsyth play your cards, right?
Nobody had figured out what to call for yet, James. This is the beginning.
And that is a double up for Porneras. We are still eight-handed, and blinds are up to 2K, 4K. So expect the opening raise to now be 50,000.
I do miss people having a bespoke peel.
So 13,000 with ace-6 of hearts, and here comes Stevic with queen-8 of clubs. Huh.
What did you say earlier? I'm not mad for this.
Early position flat with queen-8 suited. And the flop has 2 clubs on it.
Cool.
So ace-high still officially the best hand, but Stevic has the most equity. Kabaj continues.
For it looks like a big chunk of his stack.
Yeah, that's 25,000 he's bet, and he's got around 100K behind. And Stevic shoves on him. It is all in to call for John Kabaj.
I don't see how you make this call. You're not doing great against aces, another ace even. There it goes. I also, we're going to make a big deal there about queen-8 suited, but opening ace-6 with that kind of stack is something probably we wouldn't see that often. We might just see it all in.
But even in 2004, Joe, the school of thought is that you can raise with any 2 cards, but your calling range should be tighter. By the way, quick hashtag fun fact. Luca Pagano's dad made all of the poker tables featured on the very first season of the EPT.
I had no idea.
And that is pocket queens.
Now, James, sexism was way more of a thing back in 2004. Does that mean we can call queens all the sexist names we used to, or
he's got the ladies? O'Callaghan's raises to 16,000, and Kabaj is doing what I like to call a virtual all-in. He has re-raised to 50K, which is roughly 50% of his stack. So now O'Callaghan really is all in, and he has got Kabaj covered.
Turns out his plan to try to bluff a guy off queens isn't working out. Wow. Wow, I mean, I guess if you're not going to go all in there, you leave yourself the room to fold, then you fold.
O'Callaghan channeling the luck of the Irish. We didn't have memes back on the EPT then. I've got nothing to roll in.
If you did roll it in, it should be Steve O'Dwyer as an infant.
A few people in chat, including Driftinator and Aries Vatur, commenting that these chips are so nasty and cheap looking. And Porneras is all in for his last 12K with ace 4 suited.
Didn't he just double up?
Continuity is... And here comes Adam Roback, re-raising with pocket sixes. And with the big blind folding, cards go on their back, and Porneras is at risk and behind.
Not a race this time.
Adam shows pocket sixes.
I have no pithy phrase for this type of situation.
Pithiness has left the building, and looks like Andreas Porneras will also be leaving the building.
Oh boy, hold on.
There were some counterfeit options, however, sixes do hold, and Andreas Porneras is the 8th place finisher. An 8th place cash, 5,300 euros. Now remember, this was a 1K buy-in, and it only paid top 27. And we can see the chips of the remaining players at this point, and it's Alex Stevic who is the big chip leader right now with more than 400k, and it's the two Brits at the bottom. Cabage, the shortest stack, with 65,700.
If Porneras was the question, the answer is no. James, in 2020 we have a lot of robots, but in 2004 we have a Robach.
And he is getting frisky with King 6 offsuit.
That's right. Would a robot do that?
Wow, I'm going to go with Be My Girl's gag. Cabage needs to patch up his stack. King Jack 10 on the flop.
No way. That's awesome.
Wow.
Nice.
That was a kung fu zoom. So Cabage loses another one. Well, the players were going to take a short 2-minute break, but that clearly got cut out.
We're not doing it. No breaks in TV land, unless someone's selling a product.
So action has been folded round to John Cabage on the button, and he's got pocket 10s.
How's he going to play?
No more messing about. If there were triangles, he'd have one. Oh, kings for Gary Bush.
Ay.
So these are the two shortest stacks, the two Brits, and Bush just has Cabage covered. So if kings hold here, we're going to lose another player. And I think that's likely to happen on a king high flop.
One king on the board is worth two in the bush.
And it's all over on the turn. John Cabage, 7th place finisher in the first ever EPT back in Barcelona in 2004, cashes out for 6,400 euros.
They put the kibosh on Cabage. James, can you believe all these years I could have just been doing this live? Why did I bother preparing?
I was going to say because the content's better, and then I check myself.
It's real close.
Ace Queen here for former chip leader Adam Roback.
And I like how respectful he's being to the cards. No bending them for him.
We are getting lots of good hold cards shots, as Kev Math points out.
Craig on Twitch says, another bust out. Is this a highlights program?
Yes, Craig. That's exactly what it is.
Uh-oh.
3 betting with Queen 10.
Oh, it's not all in either, huh? It's just however much he can fit in those two hands.
So Roback's open was to 18K. O'Callaghan re-raised to 38,000. And Roback, I think Roback has announced all in. He has shoved on O'Callaghan. And that's a fold.
Hey, look, when you're beat, you're beat. Just fold. James, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but which chip is bigger, the purple or the green?
Oh, that's a good question. I did say it at the beginning, didn't I?
It must be green, because there's purple in the middle.
Purples are
already.
100, greens are 1,000,
Okay.
browns are 5,000. Here comes Alex Stevich. Well, at least he's raising, not calling this time. But he does have another
much, it looks
pretty
like.
junky hand, though. 7-4.
But he's got all the chips, right? So
Yeah.
not all of them, it looks like.
Well,
Looks
Roback,
like he's the chip leader, so opening light. All right, I'll allow it.
well, Roback is the other big stack at the table. What a flop for Roback. All the equity under the sun.
Please tell me it goes running diamonds. I mean, look, Stevich has 2 piles of chips.
Stevich continuing for 14K.
So all options available to Roback. Yeah,
Well,
raise, obviously, fine, totally fine.
He has announced raise, and we see a check raise to 50,000.
Alex better give him a couple of good looks to let him know he won't be pushed around. What's he doing? Why does he have chips?
Raise.
Oh my God, he's re-raising!
Okay, all right.
Oh, this is awesome.
I mean, look, it would work sometimes.
Okay,
A non-zero percentage of the time, this would work.
Okay, at best, this is bold. At worst, it's button clicking. Crucially, how do you respond if you're Roback? You have got a straight flush draw.
Okay, so something that we're actually not thinking about that we should be is ICM considerations. I don't know how big of a deal it was then, but these are the 2 biggest stacks. Like, this is totally unnecessary.
Well, the re-raise from Stevich was to 160,000. I thought Roback may shove there. He just calls. The turn pairs the board, king of clubs. We can see that Roback is still a huge favorite, a 9-1 favorite.
I absolutely hate calling there. Personally, I just can't ever call there because you can't. Now what do you do? Like, this is one of the worst cards possible.
Well, he checks, and Stevich is loading up for another bluff. Bear in mind, his re-raise on the flop was to 160K. This is a bet of 60K. This is pretty small in relation to the pot.
James, remember how you said part of it was bold, part
And
of
a
it was
fold!
button clicking? I'm going to call it bold button clicking.
Oh, look, and he gets a round of applause for everyone for pulling off that amazing bluff.
Yeah, I'd be pretty tilted too.
I told you to play the flops. Didn't I tell you this? I know, 8-9. He has 8-9.
He did not have 8.
Oh, you crazy Scandi. That's what people said back in 2004. So after that hand, Stevic is now the dominant chip leader. 533k, Pagano the second biggest stack. Roback's dropped down into third, and it's Stefan Rapp, who we haven't seen do very much, who's the low man at the table right now with 40k, and the blinds are up to 3,000, 6,000.
James, he's the original EPT rap.
That's still to come, Joey, on a future episode of EPT Retro. You can't have a look back at history until we've made history.
Well, what you should do is make sure you point out all the things that are eventually included in the rap as they happen.
Did point out Luca Pagano, huge Bucks Broncos. I stand by that assertion. Jack 9 against Pocket Jacks.
39,400.
My mistake, by the way. Blinds are now 4,000, 8,000, not 3,600.
Wow, that's it, huh?
Luca calls.
We got a flat call with Jacks.
It was an all-in.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I know the graphics don't tell you anything, Joe, but Rapp did move all in for his last 40k. Luca calls with Jacks, and it's looking good. This could be a wrap for Rapp.
Queen is 6.
Not the worst flop.
Jungle is a 7.
That's it.
No more odds for Stefan.
And it is all over on the turn. Goodbye, Stefan Rapp. Cashing out in 6th place for 7,500 euros.
James, let's keep an eye out for this. PokerStars Strag says, I feel like I can see the card in Pagano's sunglasses.
I'm pretty sure there are some early shows, there are some early episodes where that absolutely happens, because mirrored shades were very much in vogue at the poker table without people appreciating the consequences of their actions.
So silly. Oh, something we should mention to you guys is scan the rail every once in a while. You will see people you'll recognize.
For sure. Many of them playing slot machines.
Alexander calls. Big blinds.
So
It's too bad I'm on camera right now. I'm usually playing slot machines while we do commentary.
Roback has raised to 20,000. Stevic calls. For once, he has the best hand. Action goes check, check on this queen high flop. Stevic now with a wheel draw. Ace high still the best hand.
Still doesn't bet it.
We see the river card.
River for free.
The check.
The Jack of Diamonds.
Alexander checks.
It was the Jack of Diamonds, not the 5 of clubs. Pretty sure there's only one 5 of clubs in the deck, and Stevic has it.
Ace high for Alexander.
I mean, James, what do you think's the bigger mistake there? The graphics error or the fact that a check to showdown hand made it to TV?
Oh, I'm really feeling sorry for Adam. He hasn't recovered from that bluff, has he? You didn't need
No,
to show it, Alex.
Yeah, you don't. Look, everybody liked hot dogging it back then, so I get it. I feel bad for Roback as well.
Oh, I was hoping
Yes,
we were going to
Luca?
see a sneaky hole card shot in those shades. This is Stevic in the small blind with the jacks.
You really did look at them for a while.
He just calls. Now, I'd be really suspicious because this guy is so aggro. When he just calls in the small, you've got to be thinking, But
I guess. I mean, obviously, there are more hands being played that we're privy to.
Yes.
So he may have been limping a lot, but it's a good point.
And this is
a terrible situation for Bush.
horrible news for Gary Bush. Got to see a free flop in the big blind. Makes top pair. Facing a bet from Stevic, 30,000.
Do you get away from top pair in a straight draw?
No.
You do not. Bush about to get waxed.
Why is Stevic not called?
Alexander already said the line. You have to call.
Well,
I did the line already.
we're waiting. Okay. Is this a slow roll, even by 2004 standards?
And he announces call.
We're about to find out.
He does call.
Of his 200
Yeah.
pocket checks.
Gary Bush doesn't look overly happy about the situation.
4. Or his 3 for second pair. Becomes a king on the turn. No hand. Black card.
Can he make a straight or two pair or trips on the river? No, he can't. And Gary Bush exits in 5th place. 8,500 euros. We're down to 4 players, and one of them has a dominant lead over the remaining players. That player being Alexander Stevic from Sweden. And the blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000.
I miss some of this creativity. I miss creatively peeling your cards. I miss creatively stacking your chips.
32.
So it's a 3x raise from Roback with ace queen of hearts. And there is a shove from O'Callaghan with 7 deuce.
And then calls.
Wait, what? This
Okay.
is just for the lulls, right?
O'Callaghan
Like
at risk and slightly behind.
Ace queen.
They knew about 7 deuce back then, right?
7 deuce.
Maybe the 7 deuce game was being played.
It wasn't like seatbelts and smoking while pregnant. They knew that 7 deuce was a bad hand.
Oh my God, it has always been coming 7.
Oh my goodness. At Roback, hold on. You got 1%.
Also, O'Callaghan's the at-risk player. Oh, hello. Hello. Ah, a little bit of hope flashed at him, but I think Roback is still going to have chips. That was a big double up for David O'Callaghan, but Adam
No, I
Roback
think
is still in.
I think he's just conceding defeat like, hey man, you outplayed me, 7 deuce. I'm out of here.
Now we know what Andre Letal was watching before he came to Barcelona in 2014.
Chief leader is Alexander Stevic from Sweden.
Pocket 8s.
710,000.
Stevic.
Makes a raise to 40,000.
Raise up.
4x raise, 40K.
I'm not going to comment on the 4x raises because I think they're coming back.
David announces
And here he comes again. This time he has a slightly better hand than 7 deuce. Ace queen for O'Callaghan.
spends around 200,000.
And we know that Stevic doesn't like to call quickly.
Sorry, I was looking up flips from 2004. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say during this. Call?
Just focus on the dramatic soul reads that we're seeing.
Alexander announces call. 208,000.
So another classic race underway. The ace queen of O'Callaghan against the 8s of Stevic. And once again, David O'Callaghan is the at-risk player.
Like $1 Million Baby versus the Aviator.
And it's a queen high flop. It's looking good for the Irishman. Just has to fade an 8 on the river. And he will double up through the chip leader.
Oh, double up. Colin Murphy must have been going crazy right now.
And just to clarify, for those of you who've lost your ranking charts, 2 pair, aces and queens, is better than 1 pair, pocket 8. One is a 2-star hand, the other is a 3-star hand. And 3 stars are better than 2 stars.
Got it. Did you guys write that down?
Take away food. Fear not, Spraggy will be here soon. Once we're done with Barcelona, we'll be moving on to the second leg of the EPT in London, and Spraggy will be providing his astute analysis on the oldie poker from the Vic in London. 4 players remain. Stevic still the big chip leader. O'Callaghan now second in chips. Former chip leader Adam Roback now the table shorty.
Sepp brings up a good point, those graphics. The old 4-card hand. Good call.
Roback looks depressed.
I'd still be steaming about the bluff. And that's why you don't just call the raise.
7-6 of hearts from Stevic. And he raises to 35,000. And here comes Roback, all in with ace-10.
Please tell me he snaps with 7-6 when he tank calls with jacks.
Well, he's priced in here. He has to call. It's only an additional, was less than 30K. No, 32K extra. And Roback is the at-risk player. He's ahead, though. Stevic with live cards, and he has a 7, and as we've seen, even 16 years ago, it was always coming 7, and it's still coming 7. Come on!
Wow. It's always coming Stevic. I think I saw one of the producers in the background clapping for the 7.
And that will seal the fate of Adam Roback, eliminated in 4th place. Cashes for 12,600 euros. And 3 players remain at the final table of the first European Poker Tour main event of all time.
That was a solid deal.
I mean, good luck trying to count how many chips Alex Stevic has. They're all over the place. He's got his favorite hand, Queen 8, and he's raising.
Hey, what do you got, Queen 8 again? What do you got, Queen 8?
So round to O'Callaghan, who's also got Queen 8.
Oh, it's gonna be one of those classic 7 bets with Queen 8 versus Queen 8 hands. I could do it one of those.
No, he called. Jack 6.
Just with a bit of 2004 commentary for you, James. This hand's gonna come down to whoever wants it more.
You got to be in it to win it. Wow, this is going to the river. He who bets wins.
Yeah, I love the check with the stare down to be like, I'm real strong here. You better check.
Stevic trying to buy it with a bet of 45,000.
Trying to buy it.
O'Callaghan folds.
Bought and sold. Purchased.
Ace Jack of spades.
Fine hand.
Is that a Mini I can see in the background? Is there a car in the middle of the casino?
I think it's like one of those things like an exhibit from the Italian Job.
In Barcelona.
Come see the car from the Italian Job. I mean, look, if they have them in Prim, Nevada, they have them in Spain.
So O'Callaghan calling here with ace 6. It's a Queen 9-3 flop with 1 spade. Ace Jack way ahead. But with no continuation bet from Stevic on the flop, O'Callaghan's going to take over the betting on the turn. leads for 35K.
Wow. Stevic stationing, it looks like.
Alexander calls. What is 175,000? We see the river.
O'Callahan does not have a lot left behind.
Oh, I think someone's hit the jackpot on one of the slots.
We're playing for hundreds of thousands of euros over here, and you're getting quarters?
It's 2004, Joe, and it's the first ever EPT. They're playing for tens of thousands. Let's keep it in perspective.
Okay.
Alexander bets 90,000.
So O'Callahan checks to Stevic. And has to think about making a decision here with ace high.
Alexander takes the pot.
Correctly lays it down.
3 players remain at this final table. And right now it's Alex Stevic who is the boss. He's got the big stack. 864,000. Pagano 157K. And David O'Callahan 125K. Stevic has been in command of this final table for most of the day. And the blinds are up to 6,000, 12,000.
James, if this is a big hit, can we get a live band to come in and play that music?
We'll have to get the band members to record their individual elements from their respective homes and then marry it
Right.
together.
The cameras.
Right.
The camera has
Alexander the small blind.
Oh, this seems like his kind of hand.
Jack 7 off.
25,000.
That's definitely a raising hand. 31,000.
It's the beauty of No Limit Hold'em, James. You can raise any 2 cards you want.
Look who announces all in.
And Pagano decides to take a stand with King 9.
And this should be the end of this hand. And
Oh, sultry.
Luca Pagano is all in.
oh, that's adorable.
Calls and Luca takes the pot.
I thought there was an equal chance he'd call there.
Yeah, if you're looking for logic and GTO, you've come to the wrong place.
If you have come for weird stare downs and touching each other's necks, you've come to the right place.
Stevic's chip stacking just gets ever more creative.
200,000, maybe 150,000.
And this is Pagano with ace deuce.
6 and 12,000. Luca is first player. Luca calls the big blind. Goes back to Alexander.
See, a lot of people like to turn their chip stacks into New York City. They go up. Stevic went Los Angeles. He went out.
Flop comes deuce, 3.
Okay, it's a 10 tray deuce flop. Top pair versus bottom pair. How do
I'm
we
glad the aspect of poker of whoever runs the best wins is still prevalent.
Alexander calls. Turn card. It's another 10.
Okay, things just get better for Stevic, although Luca does have the better of the 2 flush draws out there.
Alexander bets 90,000.
So Pagano bet the flop 30K. It's Stevic who bets the turn 90K.
Pretty tough to fold the nut flush draw. I know the board is paired. but you're three-handed. You've got ace high, you've got a pair. This doesn't seem like a folding spot to me. It feels like an all-in spot to me. There's not a lot your opponent can call you with. And, well, okay.
Stevic continues to crush at this three-handed final table.
Also, to revisit PokerStars Strag, it's entirely possible that Stevic saw his hole cards in his glasses.
Ace four of diamonds for David O'Callaghan. He's all in.
That makes sense to me.
Luca Pagano has ace jack in the big blind. And he's going to call all in, so Luca at risk, but he does have the best hand.
Domination Nation.
Ace four of diamonds. Lucas all in with ace jack of hearts. Flop comes 4.
Oh, it's a 4 on the flop. And I fear, Joe, this is where the trend starts. This begins a narrative that will become prevalent on the EPT for the next 10 or so years. Luca Pagano gets done dirty. And he is out in third place. His first cash of many on the European Poker Tour in the inaugural event. 20,000 euros for his third place finish.
The foreshadowing of the bad beats to come for Luca Pagano.
And we are heads up at this final table in Barcelona, September 2004. Alex Stevic versus David O'Callaghan, Sweden versus Ireland in the first ever European Poker Tour main event.
How cool.
Alexander calls. See the flop.
8-5 against 5 deuce. Couple of monsters. Blinds are now 8,000, 16,000. This was unraised pre.
This is a fun flop.
Alexander bets.
Stevic betting.
57,000.
Callahan getting it in with the flush draw.
All in for 230,000. Second pair, crap kicker. But 62% equity. And he calls.
He does call. And in this case, he is the favorite.
He shows 5 deuce.
And this could be the last hand. And that glass trophy could be shipped to Alexander Stevic if a pair of 8s hold here.
We're going to sweat it together.
Diamond on the turn, and that will be the double up for O'Callaghan. And it is game on as this heads-up battle continues. And just to clarify, Alexander Stevic only had a pair of 8s. That is he had 2 pair with the queens on board, so he had a 3-star hand. But O'Callaghan,
But crucially, it's a 4-card hand.
Had 5 diamonds. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 6-star hand. I think that's the best we've seen so far.
Sorry, you're saying 5 diamonds is 6 stars?
Yeah.
How many stars is 6 diamonds?
Joe, we've already said, stop looking for logic.
I think it's cute. I think it's fun, but I think everybody was doing their best.
Hey, I'm all for bringing that kind of stuff back. Like nicknames for hands. Stevic with Kojak.
Who loves you, baby?
10-8 for O'Callaghan. And again, this is unraised, and it is trip 8 for O'Callaghan.
O'Callaghan in a good spot to win another pot. Can he get any value at all? Looks like he's going to get some. Look like he didn't put out enough for a min bet.
Just to address Neitler's question, you get all 10 stars by making a raw flush. We might have a bit of a weight on our hands for that one.
It looks like Stevic put out a raise. O'Callaghan re-raise.
Makes 116,000 total bet. Re-raise on O'Callaghan.
So the first bet was 16. I guess Stevic must have min raised or close to it, and now it's 160 to Stevic.
116, I think, is the re-raise from O'Callaghan.
Okay. 116. Okay, that makes sense. And so, yeah, and he calls with the old drawing dead King Jack of Diamonds. Hey, river to flush draw. That's one of the best cards he could have hit.
It's one of the situations where you're looking at the board going, do I have a flush? Do I have a straight? No. I just have king high. And that is only a 1-star hand. I guess this kind of qualifies as a 3-star hand because he does have the 2 pair on board.
Right. Yes, Ars Ventura, he did just call with no. Oh, don't do that. Oh, so much pink eye.
Yes, Petrov, I believe the full house is a 7-star hand. It's the best we've seen so far.
So O'Callaghan making a little run here.
O'Callaghan has just taken the chip lead.
Oh, it's hard to tell.
Stevic playing 526k, O'Callaghan 620k.
Boy, those chips don't look so big anymore when they're not all spread out, do they?
The nonchalant call there from Stevic with the 10-9. O'Callaghan checking his option. And it is a Jack 8 deuce flop. Pair of 8s for O'Callaghan. The up and down draw for Stevic.
This seems like a fun spot to get it in.
Deuce checklist. David bets 30,000. Called by
Coach Ruffy pointing out that the rest of his chips are still on the other side of the table.
Of course they are.
Cool.
Ooh! That is a straight.
David is first.
That's a 5-star hand.
What is 105,000? David checks.
I'm gonna need a printout of those star things for tomorrow. O'Callaghan's turn to be drawing dead. And that queen should look like a bad card to him. Sometimes you don't know a card's a bad card for you. That's a pretty bad card.
Well, O'Callaghan bet 30,000 on the flop. Stevic takes over the betting on the turn, 55k, but O'Callaghan has decided to raise to 150,000 with just a pair of 8s.
I believe this is known as a raise to find out where you're at.
What is deuce?
I raise.
Re-raise, Alexander.
Stevic playing the nuts fast.
He's raising to
Makes it 300.
I mean, you don't expect your opponents to be raising with something like that bad most of the time, so I can understand re-raising.
Don't punt, David.
It's good use of elbow to wipe your face. I like it. No. No.
Well, has that resulted in a switcheroo, I wonder?
The old switcheroo or a regular switcheroo?
The big switcheroo. Have we seen a change in the chip lead, or does O'Callaghan still have the advantage over Stevic?
I think Stevic has got him now. Because look at all the stacks of brown.
Yes.
The unstacked brown.
Blinds still 10,000 and 20,000. So neither player particularly deep.
Oh, what's happening?
Stevic has
Do
been
these
served
guys
dinner.
become lifelong friends?
I hope so. He's got the hand. The back in 2004 could only ever be referred to as Big Slick.
The biggest of slicks. Scott Goodall in chat cheering for Elke. He does look a lot like Elke.
What's O'Callaghan got? He's got Ajax. He has moved all in, and Stevic has called, and once again, an all-in situation where Alexander Stevic is on the verge of victory. He has the best hand. He has his opponent dominated.
What a cold deck.
There's an ace. And a jack, and what drama! What drama on that flop!
The dealer doing a deuce em all. Yeah, I'd be annoyed too.
Oh, again, so much suspense. Loving the tension.
You can almost hear the card creak as
No.
he turns it over.
King on the river, and that will see O'Callaghan double up. But by my calculations of how many chips there are in play, Stevic still has the advantage. He still has the chip lead over O'Callaghan as the blinds go to 15,000, 30,000.
So because it's 2004, I mean, Stevic probably didn't know how big a favorite he was there, right? They didn't know back then it was a 70-30.
I mean, unless they'd read a book. It was the only source of information.
Another domination nation situation, all kinds of paint.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again, it's domination nation. And it's a queen high flop.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
Alexander bets 135,000.
Go.
David calls.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevic's stack with his chips
80,000 now.
all over the place.
5 queen deuce, turn card.
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the third time, by my calculations, Stevic is in a position to win this thing.
Yes, 3 queens, kicker check.
This one feels like the one, though.
3 queens, better kicker.
O'Callaghan
86%, 1 card to come.
looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevic became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool, though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch. So congratulations to Alexander Stevic for making poker history and taking down the first ever EPT. David O'Callaghan cashes for 41,000 euros. Stevic takes 80,000, the title and the trophy, and the first EPT of all time is in the books.
Clap.
Wow.
Let's get a clap for that.
That was fun. That was a fun
was
experience. I hope you enjoyed that. We've got 4 more final tables to cover today. That was Barcelona. That was the first event. We're going to move straight on to London in a moment. And then we've got Dublin, Copenhagen, and Deauville. Remember, all final tables today. That's what was covered during Season 1 of the EPT as we take our retrospective look at the early years of the European Poker Tour. I know a lot of you in chat have been asking about free rolls. As advertised, there is a $1,000 free roll every single day of our coverage this week. Should point out, by the way, that EPT Retro is going to be a 12-week, count 'em, 12-week series. Most weeks it's just going to be 2 days, but to kick things off, in lieu of the fact that we weren't able to bring in a live coverage from Sochi with the postponement of that event, it means we're giving you 4 days of consecutive coverage, and it means we're going to have a free roll every single day with $1,000 in the prize pool. And a bit later on, I will tell you the name of that free roll and the password that you'll need to register in the Stars lobby. What's wrong, Joe?
No, I was just saying they need to listen.
They do need to listen. I'm hoping that we can potentially get Spraggy maybe to play along in that free roll. I would, but I'm clicking enough buttons right now, and multitasking does not come naturally to me because I'm old. Whereas Spraggy is still relatively young, so maybe he can cope with doing more than one thing. He's going to join us in just a moment because we're going to kick off our London coverage. So let's give the lowdown on the London EPT. The second leg of the tour took place a month after Barcelona, and for the early years, EPT London was held at the Vic, the Grosvenor Victoria Casino on Edgware Road, which is above a branch of Argos. And this event was held in early October. It was a slightly bigger buy-in than Barcelona. In fact, a significantly bigger buy-in. It was a £3,000 buy-in event. So actually not that far off what EPTs cost today. There were only 175 entries, so a slightly smaller field than we saw in Barcelona, but a bigger prize pool because of the increased buy-in. £525,000 in the prize pool, 18 places paid, a 5k min cash, and of course when we pick up the action there are going to be 8 players remaining at the final table. And this one, you're going to love this, Joe. This is proper retro. In tracking down the master tape of this event, we could only find the 4-3 version. We can't find the original 16-9 version of the inaugural EPT London. So, pillar boxing for the win.
Sorry, were the original EPTs shot on film?
No, they were shot on video, but obviously for some TV networks back in the mid-2000s, they wanted the shows delivered in 4-3. They didn't want the shows delivered in 16-9. And so as a consequence, we had to make versions which were window boxed. And unfortunately, that's the only one we have.
That's fantastic. This should be really fun. I love things that are square.
Ish. Yeah, absolutely. So if it's okay with you, I don't feel the need to take a break right now. We can go straight on with London.
Wow, you can just do that, huh? You can just erase time.
I can just erase time. Oh, hang on. Ignore that.
or go back in it.
Yes. Okay. Fine. So I've discovered that doesn't work, but that's fine. That's fine. Well, one thing we are missing though, we are missing a Spraggy. So if you see him,
heard his voice for a second.
if you see him, please tell him that he is required at once.
Does anyone check the local McDonald's?
No, he's not, obviously. Number one, because he's not leaving home. And number two, because McDonald's is closed at the moment. These are different times.
Has anyone checked on him since McDonald's has announced it was closing?
Oh my God, I hadn't thought of that. Wow. These are important questions which require answers. So yeah, we are going to get straight on, with or without Spraggy. Hopefully he'll join us in just a moment, but we are going to move straight on to the London leg of the EPT. And I'm going to say that probably in the next hour, or just over an hour from now, we'll bring you details on today's EPT Retro free roll. We will have a $1,000 free roll every single day of our coverage. Now, with this event, Joseph, I believe that the introductions were actually done at the final table, so we'll listen in to what the staff at the Vic had to say. I urge you to pay particular attention to how they refer to the chips that are in play at this final table. I think you'll find it quite entertaining. So here we go, second ever European Poker Tour main event. This is EPT London 2004.
In seat 1, we have Bart Dahl with 293,500 points. In seat 2, we have Marcel Lusk with 65,500. In seat 3, we have John Volkner with 237,000. In seat 4, we have Robert Cooper with 307,500. In seat 5, we have George McKeever with 82,000. Seat 6, we have Noah Boken with 194,500. Seat 7, we have John Shipley, 439,000. And in seat 8, we have Jeff Duval with 132,000 points.
I love it. Points. And what do points make? Prizes. And at this point, we
love points.
Can welcome Benjamin Spraggy Spragg to the stream. Hello, Spraggy.
Good day, chaps. How are we?
We're good, thanks. And one hashtag fun fact, the player in seat 1, Bård Dahl from Norway, is the current head of game integrity for PokerStars.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, wow.
And
so don't make fun of it.
And for your benefit, Spraggy, just to clarify, a raw flush is a 10-star hand, whereas a straight flush is only 9 stars. 4 of a kind is an 8-star hand. We did see a 7-star hand during Barcelona, a full house. A flush is slightly worse than that. A straight, 5 consecutive cards, also known as a run back in the day. 3 of a kind, trips or a set. That's a 4-star hand, which is confusing. 3, 4. 2 pair, a pair, and a high card. Those are the rankings in reverse orders, and now you have that information. We're ready to start the EPT London final table with the blinds at 4,000, 8,000.
Spraggy, how many points did you bag in the Sunday Million?
How many points?
Listen, watch this episode, buddy. I can't wait. Shipley raising pocket threes.
Good to see my hairstyle was still in 2004.
It has never gone out. And it looks like this is a re-raise from Dahl with Ace Queen. Don't worry about the amount, Spraggy. Nobody knows.
I'm all in.
Oh, and a jam from
Big
Robert
moves.
Cooper. I do know the denominations, and that jam's going to get through.
What a movie. You've been on TV before, haven't you, Robert?
Yellows are 500, blues 1,000, purple 5,000, orange are 10,000. Oh, just bragging in case you forgot how the game is played. This is it. Chips go in, people fold. Then there's something called a flop. That's 3 cards. Everybody shares those 3 cards. Then more chips go in. And if nobody folds, there's something called the turn. That's the 4th card. You get to use that one too. Then even more chips go in. And if no one folds, you get to the river. That's the 5th card. And you can use any of those cards that you want, plus the 2 in your hand, to put all your chips in. And at the end, the 5-star hand beats the 4-star hand.
Joe, can I just
And that's
clarify?
that.
When you say chips, do you mean
Yeah.
points?
Points, yes, sorry. Points go in.
And presumably with points comes prizes.
Exactly. Exactly. You guys must have watched the same game show growing up.
And all this will be available if you're watching on Twitch in the video on demand section right after the stream. Once it's finished, the past broadcast is saved.
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay. Just because I'm planning to probably play sometime in the next couple of days, and I want access to the how to play the game,
Yeah, if you want to,
hand ranking information.
if
Yeah.
you need a refresher on how to play, just go back and watch the VODs.
Look at this wonderful contribution in the chat from Scott Goodall, who says, "How many points does Spraggy have in the Sunday Million?" You're 2 minutes too late, Scott. We've done that. 0.
To be fair, Joe is used to having his jokes ripped off by lesser comedians.
Oh boy, I did not say that. So Cooper made it 20,000 with his King 10, and McKeever with Queen Jack of Diamonds has moved all in.
The upraise.
Raise it up.
Can I commend the fact that we have gentlemen at this table who are wearing jackets, and one of them's even put on a tie for the final?
It's nice, isn't it? It really is old school.
How the hell did we allow Blue Square Poker to have branding on an EPT final table?
I wasn't even sure I was allowed to read it. Marcel Lusk gives a good chuck. Ooh, look at this. That was definitely not jammed in there. The Frying Dutchman, Marcel Lusk, King Queen suited. Makes it 48,000. So, Spraggy, every time I say John Falconer, I need you to make a falcon noise. You ready? Falconer, all in.
No chance, mate. 0% chance of that happening, I'm afraid. The best thing about this broadcast is I can actually see Joe Stapleton's webcam, and not only did he make the falcon sound, he did like a little claw gesture with it.
I think everyone can see me, can't they? And Falconer's all in, called by Lusk. It's a flip.
Tell him before you put the hand. For rejection.
Like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind versus Kill Bill. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. Jack's advantage holding thus far. Lusk gonna need a king or a queen. No dice. Marcel Lusk eliminated in 11th place for 11,210 pounds. Although I'm being told the Hennen Mob has him finishing 7th. Very interesting.
More importantly, compare the lack of tension with that board being dealt with what we just saw in Barcelona, where the cards were peeled one at a time by the dealer. And there it was like, just run it out and get someone knocked out, please.
You can tell the dealer's not paid hourly. Moving on after the Lusk elimination. Jack 10 is going to be a pass. Oakens out. 10-8 of clubs. Is that Toby Lewis? If he has Benjamin Button disease, quite possibly. It's Duval raising.
Now, Joe, I appreciate you may not know this as an American, and Spraggy, you may not know this as a young person, but Jeff Duval was a legend of the Vic.
Well, the legend is getting jammed on.
Moving all in there with just the 2-star hand, the 1 pair. Bold move. Gets it done.
So you know how we mentioned that Hendon Mob has Marcel Lusk finishing 7th? It actually has 3rd place as unknown, which seems odd for a televised event.
Well, that's interesting because it implies that whoever finishes 3rd in this asked for their information to be redacted when GDPR came in. But clearly, we're going to see who it is.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I'll just say this. The only name I don't see on this list is Cooper. So, McKeever shoving for 110,000. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000 at the Mo. A young Noah Boken. Considering the call and makes it with his pocket 8s. Not quite a flip situation. There we go. This is a little more panache. 8's holding, not in super danger of being counterfeited. None at all now. And the 8's hold. George McKeever out in 7th place. 14,800 pounds. Don't forget your briefcase. Oh, here we go. This ought to be good.
Joe is
Chip counts.
slapping the base as we see
Brought
it.
to you by your uncle's band. Rocking out since 1988.
It is a final table dominated by British players, and the Brits all have the biggest stack at the moment.
Oh, you're right, Poker Star. Sorry, points count. Oh, Boken. King 8 off.
Loose raise, these young internet kids and their Generation 1 iPods.
You do realise that that was the baller thing to have on the poker table back then. If you had the Gen 1 iPod and you listened to it while playing poker, that's when people knew you were it.
That's why they had to build the table sturdy to support that kind of weight.
It's post-Walkman world, just.
Look at that. He had a wire on his headphones. Ah, what a loser. Heads up to the flop, which is ace, ace, jack, 2 spades. All checks. Boken reaching for the C-bet, which hadn't been named yet at this point. 30,000. And Dahl quickly calls
I think
the turn.
Back then, Joe, it was referred to as the bet that is made by the player who raised before the flop.
Correct. And Dahl hits his 10 on the turn.
Pretty reasonable card to barrel. Picks up a gut shot, checks behind.
No barreling. And the spade draw does come in on the river with the 6 of spades. Dahl decides to lead with the best hand. Is this a bluff or a value bet?
Who knows? It's a bet. That's all that matters. And it's an anguished look from the king high. Very few worse hands to get called by. Queen 10, I suppose. Could be hoping for something like Queen 10. The kicker would play.
So it's a bluff. And it works, as far as he knows.
Applause all round for the King 10. Dahl drags in the pot.
Oh, wait, I forgot that guy's real high up at Poker Stars. Great hand, I mean. Action folding. 2, the player otherwise known as Unknown. Ace deuce for Cooper. Not sure what Boken had there. Thanks a lot, 4x3. That's a queen 10. Are we sure? Boken makes the call. Top pair for Boken. Queen 5 deuce. Cooper betting 20K. Quick call from Boken with top pair. The turn. Ace of clubs. Cooper now out in front. And bets 40,000.
20 to 40. Doubling his sizes on each street.
See if that trend continues on the 9 of clubs river. He's thinking about it. What's happening down there? Not much of a poker face, is it?
No, Boken very stoic. Check, check.
And they go check, check on the river. Ship the pot to Unknown.
Checking the river for unknown reasons with 2 pairs. As many as 2, which is a 3-star hand, don't you know?
It's all very confusing. Look at this guy. He just hasn't even had the time to stack his points. Action on Dahl to kick things off. Don't know what that was. He folds.
Half a card.
I don't know. He's got the white part. They pretty much all have that. Oh, it's 10-8 of clubs again. John Shipley. The Nina, the Pinta, the 10-8 suited. Shipley made it 20,000. Duval calls with Queen 7 of hearts. The flop, Ace Jack 9 rainbow. Up and down draw for Shipley.
Looks like we're in a blind v blind situation as well. Pretty good flop, all things
Are you just saying
considered.
that because of his glasses? Shipley betting 35,000. And Duval makes the call with Queen high and some backdoors. Turn 5 of clubs, flush draw down for Shipley to go with the up and down draw.
Duval still with nothing. All in announced.
Time to make like a Jim and Shipley. Except his name is John, so I really butchered that. John Shipley.
Duval deep in the tank with Queen high, no draw.
Yeah, he's gonna let you get away with it this time.
Tight fold,
next
someone's
time-
got to make it.
Next time I'm gonna look you up.
You know, this is 2004 commentary. People would be saying, well, you know, maybe he just thought he had the best hand still with the Queen high. Worth thinking about.
If only I could.
Boy, this really is taking place in England, isn't it? Looks like a jack and another paint card. We'll get there eventually. Queen Jack? We're going to go with Queen Jack for Noah Boken? Oh, Jack,
Oh.
Jack.
Oh, and kings here. Potential cooler on the horizon.
For John, don't call me Jim Shipley.
He's tallying up his points.
Yeah, he's gonna raise the amount of points.
John Shipley's rising.
With 100,000.
129,000. Fold, fold. Boken all in.
Snip, snap.
And no slow rolls this time. Just a good old-fashioned cooler. Noah Boken, the player at risk and behind. Ace high flop. No additional outs for the jacks. No jack on the river. Noah Boken out in sixth place, 16,800 euros. In the words of the Mandalorian, I have Boken. But we don't have Boken anymore, so.
Boken is broken.
Later. Let's take a look at the point tallies. Jeffrey Duvall, the new short stack. John Shipley, the boss. 4 Brits left here in London. Just Bardal, the lone mainland Europeaner.
I think I've got to go one more.
King 8 gets folded. Ace, king suited. Looks good no matter what year it is.
Comes in for the raise up.
Oh, this is going to be a flip. I need to think of 2 things from 2004. I think I have one. Shipley has not made the call yet. Maybe he won't.
It is a drawing hand. 1 star, high card.
Not a made hand. Ah, there it
You
is.
will
He
call.
calls. We're flipping like an iPod versus a TiVo. One of these 2 hands has a slight mathematical advantage. Duvall, the player at risk, and Shipley spikes a king right on the flop. Oh, a queen on the turn. Duvall out in front. And Duvall doubles up. Nice hand, Jeffrey. Love the Jeffrey. Oh, and Spraggy, in case you didn't know what happened on that hand, see the king of Shipley
Yeah.
matched one of the kings on the board.
Right, so it's kind of like
That's
snap in a way.
It's a 2-star hand, but then Duvall's 2 queens match the queen on the board, and that's a 4-star hand.
4 minus 2, 2-star advantage. Good to take the points.
Exactly. Thus
Simple game.
spake the points. Action once again on Jeffrey Duval, as you people say. Pocket 9s.
How much is it? 10?
9-8 suited for Bard.
Yeah, I know.
And it looks like he is in position. He's going to call.
Pretty reasonable call on the button at these stack depths, which are infinite, unknown, timeless.
So I think that there was no raise from the pocket nines.
Oh, okay.
That's just 2020. I see pocket nines, I assume raise, but Cooper got a free look in the big blind. And it goes back call. Ooh, and 9-8 of hearts would have turned the flush draw. They've agreed to check. 9 on the river. That would have been a terrible card for Dull.
Cooper
Duval,
with no
Rivers.
showdown value.
Yep, Duval Rivers, the full house, bets it, and he's going to look him up. He's going to keep him honest. Nope. He's going to raise.
Raise the Percy up to 50,000.
Did I have them backward there for a second? Is that what happened? Because the graphics were behind?
It was a bet from Cooper and a raise at the river, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. It was the full house raising, though, not the
Yes.
queen high.
2004, very on vogue. I noticed applause from the rail after every hand, and table tapping was particularly popular from players. A lot of little knocks on the table. Nice hand, I see you.
And you're right with the parlance there, Spraggy. In calling, you would say, "I see you," as you put your points into the middle of the table.
A7 of hearts. Cooper, he made it 30,000. Action on Shipley. Re-raising with pocket nines to 90,000. And Duval waking up with ace queen. All in for 200,000, so not much more than Shipley put in.
Off to the races once again.
I ran out of things from 2004.
I was but a young man, but a young boy.
Like Jessica Simpson versus Jessica Alba. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. But Shipley has not made the call yet. Does he want to commit 110,000 more points with pocket nines? He does. We're flipping. Now that I've already said it, I don't have anything to say here. Nine's the slight favorite. 10.
That's one card. We'll just get the rest of the flop momentarily. That's the
King.
F, the L, the O, and the P.
Well, now we're doing them all too fast.
Ah! Nine's hold. Duval is eliminated.
Jeff Duval, 5th place, 19,600 pounds. And we're down to the final 4. John Shipley, John Falconer, Bard Dahl, and Unknown. Lines are now 10,000, 20,000.
No time for points counts in this high energy game.
Nah, dog.
Ace and a 9 for Shipley. Two white cards, potentially a Broadway for Dahl.
And he is all in with King 9. It will be Domination Nation if he gets called. And Shipley does make the call against the relatively short stack, only 150,000. And Dahl is dominated. Will the math hold, or will it be welcome to the dollhouse? The math holds. Bard Dahl eliminated. 33,600 pounds. And might I say, Bardal, who currently is very high up at PokerStars, played great. Just was a dynamic presence at the table. Really had a 2020 grasp of the game, even back in 2004, and handsome too.
Ahead of his time. Ahead of his time.
Just an all-around mensch. 3 players left here, all vying for the 200,000 pound top prize. John Shipley, John Falconer, and unknown. We'll call them John Shipley, John Falconer, and John Doe. Pocket kings for Shipley. Makes it 50,000. 7-5 of hearts for Cooper. It's Cooper. Shh. And we are going to the flop. Cooper hits a 7. Also has a gut shot draw. Action on Cooper. Checks.
High frequency check behind here from the kings, according to recent solvers. Maybe sometimes favoring a small bet.
All right, let's double check what we have. Yep. Oh, the solvers are right.
Oh! 2004 Pio. High mate.
Well, I was going to say a terrible turn card, but at least you have the king of clubs in your hand. 6 of clubs on the turn. Cooper checks. What's the solver say now? Spraggles.
My solver says panic and check behind and try and hit a club, which seems to be Shipley's line as well. There it is. Easy game.
Oh, man, the solvers are good. I'll tell you that much. And Shipley about to make his absolute last-ditch effort to get some value out of these kings.
Goes for a big bet at the river. It looks like he's called by the straight. The club is shown down for the win. Cooper will lose a large pot to Shipley's kings. And a table tap and an applause, as is customary.
And just in case you guys didn't follow what happened there, see, the 7 was actually not being used as a pair, but instead as a straight, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In the kings weren't being used as a pair, but as a flush, 5 clubs.
And what's obviously incredible about this hand is rarely seen a 5-star hand actually losing there. We've seen so many wins from 1-star and 2-star hands, but this is a 5-star hand losing, so quite the event. The 4 clubs on board. There was just no way anyone was to know, though.
King 10 for Shipley. Raising 50,000. Falconer. Out. King 4 for Cooper.
Joe's Falcon's getting slowly sicker as the stream goes on. Weaker.
My
Withering
voice.
Falcon.
The ability to make a falcon noise is much easier in hour 1 of a broadcast than in hour 4. So Cooper did call and flops nada. Checks it. Shipley checked behind when he was strong. Checks behind now when he's still stronger. 10 on the turn is a pair for Shipley. Cooper checks again. Oh, he loves a slow play, doesn't he? River card, 8 of clubs. Cooper checks for a 3rd time. Shipley once again waiting to the very last minute to try to extract some value. 50,000, he says. with some
Cooper
real
with a quick
strength
fold.
to him. Yeah, gets a quick fold. Still three-handed. John versus John versus John. King 10 again for Shipley. This time it's suited. Once again makes it 50,000. Falconer out.
Ace queen in the big blind. Announces all in. Unknown
Alrighty
player.
Seems pretty relaxed. Shipley's counted out the call.
Did he just signal for the all-in triangle? Did you see that? Is he a time traveler?
I think he created the all-in triangle in that moment. Shipley does make the call. Cooper is happy about it. He's the favorite here. 2 spades and a king on the flop. Yikes. Those graphics are incorrect. There's the 7 of clubs on the turn. Unknown eliminated in 3rd place for 58,000 pounds. If that is, in fact, your real name. It's down to the Johns. Heads up for 200 grand. That right there is John Falconer. Playing against John Shipley. Can you at least make a noise like a ship?
Oh, that's me doing
There it
kind
is.
of a,
Thank you, Mr. Hardigan.
a
Thank you for
foghorn.
stepping in. Froze up. I was trying to think of wind
That's a yacht.
through a ship's sails.
Yeah.
I would have also accepted wind.
It's 2004. I didn't know if ships had engines by this point.
Yeah, they might not have. Back at the early part of the century. By the way, Shipley with about a 2.5 to 1 chip lead to start this heads-up match.
It's John on John action.
No raise pre-flop. King 8-4, 2 diamonds. 8s take the lead.
Falconer claws in another pot. And ace jack for Shipley.
I am slightly worried, Joe. Bear in mind that we still have 3 final tables to do after this today, and this is day 1 of 4 this week. If you continue to do the Falcon noise, you will be hoarse by 25 minutes' time, and then we'll be screwed.
Why does he make like 9 final tables?
I don't want to do spoilers, but this will not be the last time we see him.
Oh, okay. I should probably just figure out how to get one to play.
Well, Falconer all in with the ace deuce. And
And
believe
Shipley
his points tally is less than Shipley's points tally.
Yeah, and Shipley had already raised. Seems pretty reasonable that it would go in at this point. Ace deuce against ace jack. Domination nation. Oh, and it's an ace deuce flop. Falconer. Yeah, I can't do it much longer. Catches that deuce. Favorite to double up. And does double up.
And just realized he's doubled up.
Don't forget the 60 as well. Yeah, it's going. It's just got to match the one with
Sip of tea and a stare down.
Oh, man, the shade. That is maybe the rudest thing an English person could do. Predator 410 says tea on the final table. That's right. It's circled back around. Everyone's healthy now, so everyone drinks tea. King 3 of clubs for Shipley. raises to 30,000, which seems odd considering I thought blinds were 15,000, 30,000, but whatever.
Well, previously he was raising to 50,000 for sure.
Right.
You got to mix it up. He's going through the gears.
You know, when you're playing with points, who cares?
Queen 6 for the re-raise.
Yeah, Falconer is maybe re-raising or maybe just raising.
Very talented player.
Oh, I shouldn't have laughed at that one, but I did.
And Shipley flops the flush draw. King high, the best hand already.
Is it my imagination, or is the dealer announcing the bets to the announcer, who's then announcing the bets to the floor?
And then we're announcing them a third time, so yes.
Wow.
Look,
Queen
you want to
6.
lose track of the points.
In the muck.
Yeah, give him a good wash. Don't need any of these guys calling for a setup, do we?
Got to play those draws aggressively. Rule number 1 of Super System. The only resource available at this time, perhaps.
We said that earlier on. If you wanted to know about poker, you had to find books, and there were only about 2 of them in existence, Super System 1 and Super System 2.
Yeah, we hadn't even had Harrington on Hold'em yet at this point, had we?
The revolutionary. Harrington on Hold'em.
Falconer with pocket jacks. I believe
75,000.
Falconer had limped. And Shipley, he said 75,000. Doesn't really matter. Falconer was all in for around 300, it looks like. I guess this is what you did back then with jacks.
Danger hand. You don't want to see too many cards coming out.
A lot of tanking with jacks so far in this era.
Some tanking now with King Queen suited from Shipley.
There it
Call.
is. And we are flipping this time potentially for the first ever EPT London title. Wow, what a flop again. 2 spades and a queen. That's the spade on the turn. Shipley takes it down, wins the flip, wins EPT London, numero uno, 200,000 pounds. I said Jim Shipley again, didn't I? John Shipley. There's a Jim Shipley in America from the same era.
But this is John Shipley, who was the 2nd ever EPT champion, taking down the London leg for £200,000 sterling. And what I find shocking is how quick that final table was compared to Barcelona, which really went the distance, and that was just like wham bam, thank you ma'am, and it was over. And already we are 2 events down with 3 more to play today, 3 more final tables from the first season of the European Poker Tour. And a couple of important things to address during this break. Mr. Spragg, we did reference your brief blink and you'll miss it appearance on day 2 of the Sunday Million. I do have to congratulate you for one of the funniest, most entertaining, if shortest streams I've watched in quite a while. Your demeanor was salty before you'd even gone out.
Well, here's the thing. I kind of got on late for the Sunday Million, or just in time. And then as I was about to unmute my microphone and say, hi guys, welcome back. We got Sunday Million, kicking off. I got dealt King Queen and I was already all in. So I thought, we'll just see what happens. And very first hand of the day, I lost the flip, which left me with 1 big blind. And then 2 hands later, I was out 5s versus 9s. And I thought, everybody else has got Sunday Million runs on. I don't think there's any point in me playing smaller tournaments around it, so I'll be done. But it was I think the countdown was 15 minutes. The actual stream was just under 3.
Yeah, and I believe that after you lost that flip at the start, someone subbed, you unmuted your mic to say, thank you for the sub, put yourself back on mute and never said another word. And literally, at the moment you were eliminated, it was almost like you rage quit. It's like, this stream has now ended.
Yeah, I was immediately offline. I just clicked stop streaming straight away, just because Spraggy is offline as soon as the 9s beat the 5s. But here's a magic trick. I'm going to let you in on some magic of television now, James. These streamers these days, they have all their like sound alerts, the sub alerts that go off.
Yeah.
I never unmuted my microphone. My sub alert is a recording of me saying thanks for the sub. So that I no longer have to thank people for subbing. The system does it for me. That's job automation in the present day.
Fantastic. It was almost like you mimed along to it, because I swore it was you actually saying it live. So as we referenced earlier on, day 3 of the Sunday Million starting a bit later on. In fact, in a couple of hours' time, with 91 players remaining, and that's going to play to its conclusion today. And once we're done with our retro EPT coverage, I think GJ and Pi are going to be covering day 3 of the Sunday Million here on the PokerStars Twitch channel. There is another anniversary we need to reference, because PokerStars, having celebrated the anniversary of the Sunday Million, is now celebrating its 19th anniversary. You can opt into that because there are so many rewards available in the coming days. We are rewarding you at home with exclusive free rolls every single day of this week. And I think now is a good time to advertise today's free roll, because registration is going to open in about 5 minutes time, actually at 5 past the hour. So that's 5 past 3 in the afternoon UK time is when it will appear in the lobby and you can register. And the reason why I think now is a good time to advertise it is because the password relates to what you've just seen. So you'll find it in the lobby. If you search EPT Retro Day 1 Free Roll, we haven't been particularly imaginative with the titling, that's what it's called. And the password is the last name of the player who we just saw win EPT 1 London. So Joe kept butchering his first name, but that's not important. You only need his last name. All lowercase, the surname, the last name of the player who we just saw win EPT1 London. If you've only just joined the stream, you can do what Spraggy's doing right now, which is looking it up on the internet. You can Google the information. But if you type in that name, all lowercase, you will be able to reference who is that winner and get into that free roll. As I said, it's going to open for registration at 5 past the hour. It won't start, however, for 60 minutes till after that. So today's free roll is at 5 past 4 in the afternoon UK time, 5 past 5 in the evening Central European time. It's called the EPT Retro Day 1 free roll, and the password, using lowercase characters, is the last name of the player who we just saw win in EPT 1 London. Thank God it wasn't the unknown guy, is all I'm going to say, because then it would be harder to reference that information, Joe.
James, I know the answer to that, but for some reason it's not taking my password.
That's probably because you're in the United States of America and you can't actually play real money poker. I'm very sorry about that. Them's the breaks, buddy. So we are going to move swiftly on to the next leg of the EPT, which was an event they don't even have anymore, which was in Dublin. And this was later that month. So we started in Barcelona in September, then went to London in early October, and later in October, at the end of the month, the tour went across the Irish Sea to Dublin, to the Merion. And this was a €1,600 buy-in event. The field was relatively small, 163 players. Total prize pool in this event of €244,500. First prize of 93k. 18 people got paid. A min cash was worth €2,900. So a slightly better ROI than we saw in Barcelona, Joe, at the very start of the season. But clearly, this is before there was any kind of uniform buy-in on the tour across the various events, before there was any standardization in the payouts, in the structure. They were just kind of like a series of thinly interconnected events. But anyway, Dublin, final 8 players. Let's get right to it. Let's have a look at what happened at that final table. And let's first of all meet the players who are going to be at that final table playing for that first prize of 93,000. And more blasts from the past for your entertainment. Remember Bad Girl. Xuan Pham is in seat 1.
Do not remember her.
Plenty of locals in this event, including Rory Liffey from Ireland. Another Irish player, Jamie Drummond. England also represented by Julian Thu and
Who's
Alan
that?
Vinson. Another Irish player, John Coughlin.
You sure it's not Cougar? I have my Cougar noise ready.
Sean Donaldson. Means that we have 4 of the players at this final table are from Ireland and the other 4 are from England. Ram Vaswani rounding out this 8-seated final table. The blinds, 1,500, 3,000. And chip denominations, the yellows are 100, the pinks are 500, the blues are 1,000, and the oranges are 5,000.
Another round of folding to the button from Ram. Calls 3,000.
Well, this is an interesting play from
I'm limped with
Ramaswamy.
the 8-4 of diamonds. A little bit wide, a little bit loose.
I'm guessing this is blind on blind, though? No, it's
No,
not.
because Fam's had a call as well with the 10-5 of diamonds, so...
I was trying to defend it,
up?
Spraggy. I was, again, accidentally looking for logic in 2004. And Rory
And I believe
Liffey.
Liffey raised the 6-5 offsuit and generates folds.
It was 7-6 offsuit, but yes, a raise of 18,000 got the job done.
Perfectly reasonable, perfectly standard hand to start us off here.
So this has been folded around to Sean Coughlin, who's got Jack 10. Now this is a hashtag fun fact. Ram Vaswani went by the poker nickname Crazy Horse back in 2004.
Nice. Poker nicknames need to make a comeback.
1/4 of the Hendon Mob, when they were actually a poker playing quartet rather than just a website that people use to find information.
Small blind, big blind folds, comes back to John. Put in another 18,000.
So it's a raise to 30,000. A re-raise rather. And the call from Coughlin means we'll go heads up to the first flop.
Up comes
King, Queen, 8. Up and down draw for Coughlin.
A bit of a disaster for Ramaswamy, who does have the betting lead and will, it looks like, continue to bet all in.
Wow, shoves on Coughlin.
27,000.
For only 27,000 more, that seems like quite small given the pre-flop action.
Yeah, and Coughlin does have him covered, so in making this call, Ram is the at-risk player and only has a slight advantage here with ace high.
20,000.
It's pretty much a coin flip. Are we going to lose Crazy Horse?
5.
Now a 70% favourite.
Last card. King.
And the board pairs on the river, and that will be the double up for Ram Vaswani. And that was only a 1-star hand. I guess there was a
Unbelievable.
pair of kings on board, so they're going to class it as a 2-star hand, but you know what I meant.
He'll have been delighted to get away with one there. 3-bet pre-flop with the a6 off, shove king, queen 8, somehow be good and somehow hold.
So let's have an action replay, courtesy of some 2004 graphics. Basically, some people threw some chips in, and then we saw the flop, which is the first 3 community cards, and then we saw some more chips get put into the pot by the 2 players remaining in the hands. And then came the 4th community card, known as the turn. This then resulted in more chips being put into the pot. And the final community card, the river, meant so many more chips went into the pot, so many that we couldn't even keep count anymore. And then we had a cooler, which was a straight against a set. Not an exact replay of that hand we just saw, but that's how it could have happened.
Close enough.
Ramaswamy with ace-6 again. Not going to play it. 10-9 for Bad Girl. She folds. Rory Liffey out. Ace-King for Jamie Drummond.
Jamie raises to 9,000.
And
Raising it up to 9,000. Over to the ace-jack for Julian Thew.
yeah,
Thew.
he has a dominated hand.
Wow, just lets it go, the ace-jack.
And all in. Sits
And after being crippled by Ramaswamy, it's Sean Coughlin. He'll now move all in with ace-7.
card is all in. He shows ace-7 of suit. Play against ace-king from Jamie.
And this is not looking good for Coughlin.
We see the flop. Flop comes 7, check, 10.
Oh, it is always coming 7. We established that it's clearly been happening since the dawn of time.
Queen, please.
Percentages reversed. 70-30 favorite now, Coughlin. Even more on the turn.
John in front, all in. And the last card.
The river card is a jack, and that will be a double up for Sean Coughlin. Quick reminder, there is a free roll happening in an hour's time. Registration is now open. It's the EPT Retro Day 1 free roll. The password is the last name of the winner of EPT 1 London. We just played you the final table of that event. Who won EPT 1 London? If you enter their last name, all lowercase, as the password, you'll get into that free roll. $1,000 in the prize pool. Sean Donaldson with Queen Deuce of Diamonds. He said something, not sure what it was.
Raises to 12,000. Sean Donaldson. 3,000 in the pot already. Big blind.
Okay, so he's raised to 12,000, 4x raise, and it's a call from Ramaswamy with King 3 of Diamonds, and it's a King high.
King 4 8. Sean is first.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here, Spraggy.
C-bet.
Check, bet, fold. Ah!
Oh, Vaswani with the trap checks behind the flop.
So now
And is
does
still best.
he manage to get a bet from Donaldson? No, he checks a second time.
Ram bets 10,000. And takes the pot.
So I almost had it
Quick
right.
fold.
If you
Nearly.
delay my prediction to the turn, it was accurate.
I was surprised not to see a C-bet, actually, just because I feel like in 2004, everybody's just betting, continuation betting all the time.
So we are still 8-handed. Julian Thew, the short stack with 33k. And it is Jamie Drummond, who's the current chip leader, with 176k.
And the big blind was at 3,000. So this table's actually pretty deep.
Yep, blinds are 1,500, 3,000. Action starts with Drummond. Now it's Julian Thu.
Julian raises to 8,000.
Raises to 8K.
Back to Ram on the button. He calls.
That dealer button is sick. Rambaswani flats from the button with ace-3 of diamonds. And Rory Liffey has pocket 9s in the big blind.
And he calls with 3 players in the pot.
And we've got 3-way action.
It's quite interesting to see a little bit lack of aggression in these earlier games. Julian Thu has, I believe, just 11 big blinds. Certainly a hand that you'd expect him nowadays just to move all in with. And 9s definitely could have been considered for a re-raise, but...
So having
Julian.
paired his queen and obviously having the up and down straight draw as well, Thu decides to shove flop and gets 2 quick folds.
Yep, gets the job done. Good board for him. Shallow stack.
You commented during London, Spraggy, on the applause and cheering from the crowd. I do love the fact that in the era before live streams and in the era before side events at the casino, you got a really good crowd. You got a really good rail for these final tables.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I don't know. It gives it kind of like a bigger feel, if that makes sense. It always seems to be packed out in all 3 of them so far.
And yeah, every now and then you see a familiar face in the crowd. So Bad Girl opening with jacks. Julian Thu flatting with the 8s. Queen 5 deuce, just the one overcard to the jacks.
Julian checks. Suyan bets 20,000. And takes about 50,000 to Suyan.
Continuation bet of 20,000 wins Bad Girl the pot.
And again, a very, very different play style, the 8s you'd expect. See a lot of pre-flop action these days, or certainly on the flop if you do just make the call, probably sticking around on the flop as well. It's also amazing to me how it's such a simple game in its essence, but everything can change over the years. It is like watching a completely different game in terms of the strategy.
Bad Girl back in the action, raising to 15,000 with ace queen.
You know how you said we're going to recognize people on the rail? I think I recognize her.
Jamie calls 15,000.
Thank you for your contribution.
Small blind, Ellen, call 15,000.
So Jamie Drummond has called with deuces. Alan Vincent in with pocket 9s. Ace 8 now for Sean Coughlin.
And all in, seat 6, Sean Collin.
And he is all in. Is this going to get through all 3 players?
Fam doesn't seem too happy about it. Does have to consider 2 players still to act behind her as well.
Is this who people are talking about when they say, come on, fam? English people, I mean.
Yes, I believe this is where it all started. Someone pointed out last final table as well, Shipley was where, ship it.
Right.
Common poker parlance, that's where that originated, yeah. So we're seeing the birth of a lot of things today, Joe.
Like most births, it will get messy.
At this point, of course, Drummond was unaware that deuces never loses. Therefore,
That's why we see the
folds.
fold, yeah.
Question, were 9s the stars nuts back in 2004? Vincent certainly seems to think so because he's called the all-in.
Sean Collin is all in with ace 8.
Looks particularly happy for a man who's 30% to win the pot.
He's chilling. He may not know that.
Comes 10, 7, 4.
It's not looking good for him.
He can cheer when the 9 hits.
Turn comes. The king. No help either.
We saw one of the aces folded.
The check and no help.
No, Barry Greenstein, and Sean's going to be the first man out from the final table, cashing for €5,000. And the blinds are up as seven-handed action gets underway. 2,000, 4,000.
Nice to
Kojak.
see our Twitch chat is now clapping along as players bust our final tables.
4,000.
Clap.
Please respect the eliminations. Thank you.
Very important to applaud.
Immediately.
So we get the open from Crazy Horse and the shove from Bad Girl.
All 3 bad girls right here.
For the round to Rem and Suyan takes the pot.
And even back in 2004, it was common knowledge that you don't call an all-in with Kojak.
You say
Never
that.
overplay King Jack.
Joe, you can hold that over me if at a future final table or later on in this show, we see someone call an all-in with King Jack. Make
Yeah,
a note of it.
The good news is I won't remember, but I'll write it down.
That's why I told you to write it down. I'm trying to help you here.
I'm going to write it down on my mouse pad, a.k.a. a big green envelope.
Ajax
Raise of 12.
for Sean Donaldson. Ace Jack of clubs, Ace 9 for Ram Vaswani.
And Rem calls.
Keeping with the theme, James, to write that down, I used a pen.
And also the big blind. Two
Wow.
Yeah.
Up comes queen, deuce, queen.
Are you LARPing, Joe? Is that what it is?
Yes, I'm method commentating.
Yes. He refuses to break character.
And Rem passes. And the money goes to Sean.
Have some more points, sir.
7,000.
The money goes to Sean.
Yeah. Again, we talked about the lack of consistency in the buy-ins, the payouts, the structure, whether they're chips, points, or money. A lot of stuff still had to be sorted, and I think by about season 3 or 4, that's when everyone starts to get their act together.
At what point did they ditch the table shaped like a bedpan?
I think you've got a few more years of that to come. A gift from pagan events to the poker world.
14,000. Comes back to Rory in the small blind.
Guys, I appreciate that the free roll is not available in all markets. I'm apologizing for that, but them's the breaks. For those of you who can play, for those of you who can see it in the PokerStars lobby, EPT Retro Day 1 free roll. The password is the last name of the winner of EPT 1 London.
Glad I'm not the only one that gets it. Them's the breaks from you.
Rory's first. He checks.
This is top set for Liffey.
And Ram checks. Turn card. Is an 8.
Oh, if only Joe had been around in 2004 to tell Rory Liffey that you've got to always bet your set.
Always bet your set.
3.
Well, finally, a not terrible card comes off.
Check from Rory and check from Ram.
Another check and another check.
Wow, so little value.
Pair of checks. There's trips of checks for Rory. Slow play.
Four-liner on the board, difficult to navigate. Check, 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 check. He could have had a straight. You don't know.
Is that real or has that been added?
No, that's real. I mean, you've got Irish players at the final table of the first ever EPT held in Ireland with a mostly Irish rail. What did you expect?
And this is
Fair.
still pre-Finton Hand's infamous Dublin Rail EPT appearance.
I think it was the London EPT where he made an appearance on the rail.
Oh, okay.
It's just more echoey, I guess, because they held it here at the Dublin Aquarium.
14,000.
I am in favor of having an aquarium-like arena for a poker event, a bit like the Aquadome in Rocket League. I think it'd be quite cool to play poker while sharks and stingray go past.
I think, isn't there? That sounds like a job for PokerStars VR.
All in. And he calls. We have an all in.
Undersea base, yes.
Two is all in.
Classic race, ladies and gentlemen. Ace-King against Jacks.
Game is ace king. We see a flop.
And Julian is the player at risk with the Jacks.
Flop is 8, 8, 4. The checks on front.
So far, so good. Now a 3-1 favourite.
Here's an ace.
Oh, ace on the turn.
He has 2 outs here. He needs
And Julian is going to need a jack on the river.
last card king.
Instead, it's a king.
So keep a nice hand for Julian.
And Jamie Drummond eliminates Julian Thu, who cashes out in 7th place for 6,200 euros. We will be seeing him again. And that's the weird thing. Nowadays, you get a final table right, and confirmation, by the way, that in this case, 2 pairs, jacks and eights, although being a 3-star hand, are not as good as aces, kings and eights, which is also a 3-star hand, but because it's 3 pair, is slightly better.
Bye, Julian. Thea Thune.
Yeah, I was just saying that what is strange about the early years of the EPT is you are going to see a lot of the same players again and again making these final tables. The fields were smaller.
European Poker Tour. The Marion Casino. No Limit Texas Hold'em Tournament.
And yes, they are playing No Limit Texas Hold'em. Thank you, Thomas.
It's 4 around to the big blinds. A call from Ellen on the button. 4,000.
Alan Vincent has opened here with Queen 9. He's just called. He's just limped with the Queen 9.
12,000 more.
And Crazy Horse says, I'm going to raise you with Kojak.
Ram and Ellen. We see the flop.
Vincent calls, and we get a King Jack 5 flop. Top 2 for Ram. Gut shot for Vincent.
He checks. Ellen checks. Turn card. Another check.
Oh, hello. 7-star hand alert.
He checks.
Aswani playing for the big trap. His hand is a lock on the turn.
25,000.
Alan Vincent making the bluff with a straight draw.
And Ram announces all in.
Have some of them apples.
And he takes the pass. And he shows king check in a full house.
The dealer button looks like a giant mint.
It looks like a potato. I mean, you know, like a... forget it.
I've forgotten what they look like, Joe.
Well, Geno suggested it looks like a urinal cake.
First position from Rory.
That's more accurate. I didn't think I could get away with saying that. I should have just said that.
Ellen makes it 16,000 to play.
Rory Liffey limp with the 5s. Alan Vincent aggressively raises with the 6s, makes it 16,000.
Suyen is already in for 4,000.
And
She calls.
Bad Girl is going to call. What is it with people calling with Queen 8 in 2004?
Suited.
Back to Rory.
Oh, yeah.
For 4,000.
Hey, what happens if the flop comes down 9-10 jack? Who's laughing then, huh?
I grant you that is a combination that could appear.
Calls as well. 3 players.
What's the math on that, Benjamin?
Who knows? It's 2004. Nobody knows the math.
That's
I
a
don't
very
know the
good point.
maths.
Good point.
52,000. We see a flop. Flop comes 3.
Okay, you weren't far off. Jack 9-3.
But not being far off is still so far off.
Checks all the way. Turn card. Another is a 4. 3-9. Check 4 is the board. Suyen checks. Rory checks and Ellen. River card.
Everyone checks.
5 of hearts.
6 is still the best hand.
Liffey makes a set.
Oh no, Liffey made a set of 5s. How did I miss that? Probably because the percentages disappeared at a key moment in this hand.
Rory puts in a race. 60,000. 40,000 more to Suyen's bet.
So Bad Girl bet 20,000 on the river. Rory Liffey makes it 60,000.
Suyen folds and Rory takes it back.
Crowd is loving it.
Pot of 132,000 to Rory Liffey.
Ace 4 for the Bad Girl. She is all in.
Rory folds, Jamie and Ellen fold. Comes back to small blind from Sean. It's about 70,000, 74,000. Call. Sean announces call.
Donaldson calls with the Ace King. It's domination. Ace.
Shows Ace 4. All right, we see a flop.
Fam, the big favorite
Flop comes.
to
Ace,
go broke.
3. Both have a pair of aces, but Sean is a better kicker king. Turn card. Here's a king.
And that will seal the deal.
Suyen is out. Give me a round of applause. Suyen.
Bad Girl, be gone. Sixth place, 85. And Sean Donaldson, the benefactor of her chips.
And then raises to 15,000.
Market Queen for Vincent.
Sean announces re-raised 15,000.
And Donaldson with Ace Queen
Nine folds, comes back to Ellen.
re-raises to 50,000. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000.
This call. We see Ellen is all in, shows pair of queens. And ace.
Vincent all in. Donaldson. Vincent, the player at risk.
The flop.
2 diamonds on the
Use 4 with 2 diamonds.
somewhat helpful for Donaldson. And the 10 on the turn. Raised Queen. The river is the 4 of clubs.
Doubles up.
Vincent double.
Please bear with us, guys. Looks like we're suffering from some 2004 era tech issues at the moment.
Such is Joe's commitment to his 2004 commentary. We're on
That's
dial.
right. It's all realism all the time. Reasonable hands folded. Vincent raising with ace 8 to 15.
So button raises to 50,000. Small blind folds.
Rampaswani
Big blind calls to 50,000.
calls with king 5 of spades.
Flop is king.
King high flop. On it.
He checks. All in from Ellen. And Ram calls. Flop is 4-9 king.
Plus 20. We think for round.
Turn card. 4.
Vincent needs to hit an 8.
Only card Ram doesn't want to see is an ace. Last card 6 and Ram doubles up.
Doesn't do it. Ram was 20.
Line still 3 and 6,000. Rory's first. He folds.
Queen 7 for Rory. He's
Jamie folds. And also Ellen. All in the small blind from Sean. And call by Ram. We have an all in here.
Swanee calling all in.
Donaldson. His hand. Queen
and
nine,
Domination Nation
folds,
again.
blinds, ace queen.
Sean Donaldson at risk and behind.
Deuce, 6, deuce. No help for Sean, the all-in player. He's behind. Turn card. The 3.
And Donaldson's going to need to hit that 9.
5. No help for him. Please give him a round of applause. Sean Donaldson.
He does not.
This is 5th position.
And he is out of here in 5th place. 9,800 euros.
9,800.
Donaldson, Donald gone. Who's
For the
left?
points count.
Okay.
That's right.
We have 4 players remaining. 2 Irishmen, 2 Englishmen. Rory Liffey, the current chip leader, just ahead of Ram Vaswani. Alan Vincent, 3rd in chips. Jamie Drummond, 4th on the leaderboard. I think those flags are the wrong way around. I think Drummond is Irish and Vincent is English, but details.
Wait, they're not the same?
Joe, you tread
In first position.
dangerous waters.
Raises to 18,000.
I kid. You can tell because I'm doing that with my Irish accent. Drummond
He bets 20,000.
in one of the first not all in hands we've seen for a while. Vincent was the raiser. Drummond bets 20,000. Vincent folds.
61,000.
Battle rages on four-handed. 4 players remain. Joe.
We've got Alan Vincent. This is Rory Liffey, Ram Vaswani, and Jamie Drummond. The final 4. I'm waiting for Big Hair to come back in. Then I'm really going to reign supreme. Just you wait, Spraggy.
Hey, any day now. Any day now.
You've got big hair too, though.
And it's only getting bigger. No haircuts for me for a good little while. Alan Vincent all in here with the Queen 8 of Hearts against Rambaswani's Ace King.
And an ace on the flop. An 8 for Vincent.
He does have a sweat.
This is a relatively short all-in. Vincent can hit a queen or an 8.
Last card check, no help for Ellen. Losing one more player. Ellen wins.
And he does not. Alan Vincent eliminated in 4th place, 14,750 euro.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, I'm loving it. We're three-handed.
And now Alan Vincent is English and Jamie Drummond is Irish again.
Got him. Dang those open borders, man. Just get your nationality straight.
Fold from Ram. That's back.
Swanee folds.
Rory.
Liffey. Ace Jack.
Rory calls 8,000.
Liffey Limpy.
Jamie
Queen 4 for Jamie Drummond. Gets a free look at the flop
6 deuce 3.
and flops an inside straight draw.
Rory checks. And Jamie checks. Turn card. 7.
There's check, check.
Rory
Ace
checks
Jack
again.
still the best hand. 7 of spades on the turn.
And Jamie checks. River card.
This could go check, check again. It does. And a 5 on the river makes the straight for Drummond. Will he get any value
Bets 20,000.
on this 20K bet?
Call.
He does.
58,000. Jamie shows a 4, which is a straight. Rory says nice hand and folds. 58,000 to Jamie.
Drummond picks up nearly 60K in that pot. Ram Vaswani confused over something. Yeah, we're all trying to figure our own things out, Ram.
Tentative attempts at getting a song going there on the rail. Love to see that.
Action on Jamie.
Call by Jamie.
Limps with Queen 9. Man, I really miss these days when you could limp pots. I think I might have cashed occasionally.
Rory checks. All
So we've got Domination Nation Nation. Drummond dominating Vaswani, dominating Liffey. To the flop. 8-7-4. So that's a 4-5-6-7-8 for Liffey. That's a straight.
Bets 20,000.
That's a
Straight
Swanee.
into the 5-star hand.
5-star.
And Vaswani with the 5-star draw to a bigger straight.
And Rory calls.
Liffey calling the bet from Vaswani. Relatively small bet, just 2 big blinds. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000 now. Vaswani bet 20,000.
Turn card.
Liffey called 20.
Is 4.
And the
8-7.
turn
4.
is another 4.
Rory checks.
Check, check this time. River card is a queen. No one
Trapping on the
improves.
turn from Liffey. Does induce the bluff again from Vaswani at the river.
And pretty small bluff at that. 20,000.
Rory says
Are we sure this isn't a limit tournament? No,
All
he
in
said
announced.
He said all in. Okay.
93,000.
Vaswani fold that one. Contemplates his entire life.
A quick reminder to those of you looking to play today's EPT Retro Day 1 free roll, which you may have seen in the PokerStars lobby. It's going to start in just under half an hour's time. The password for the free roll is the last name of the winner of EPT 1 London. It was the last final table that we covered on the stream. His first name was John. What was his second name? Lowercase. Type in that word and you will be registered for that game that starts at 5 past the hour. $1,000 in the prize pool, and there'll be another free roll tomorrow.
Comes back to Ram. Ram checks.
And I'm hoping, guys, that we may have resolved or at least turned the corner when it comes to tech issues.
Top is 7-7-2. Jamie's first.
I really, really should not have requested 2004 era internet.
Checks.
Yeah.
I was trying to keep the whole retro theme going, so I thought, you know, dial-up, AOL would be the best way to go. I didn't think of the limitations that were put on the stream.
Yeah, you should have asked Jeeves about that one.
Last card 3.
A lot of checking. Queens hold despite the pair of threes on the river, despite the ace, despite the 2 sevens. And with Drummond betting 1.5 big blinds, Vaswani may feel like he has to call.
And Ram.
He does.
Jimmy shows a pair of queens.
Drummond tables the winner. Aswani into the muck, back to contemplating his existence. As 3 players remain.
What's first place again? 93,000 euros?
Correct.
Or points. I can never remember.
Rory raises to 25,000.
You see, you joke, but in Sochi, where there will hopefully be an EPT in the autumn, you buy in and cash out of events there in casino points.
Indeed,
That's true.
yeah. That's true.
Ram calls. About 58,000. We see the flop. Flop is 9 deuce queen.
Vaswani flopping open-ended here. 8 or a king will give him the nut straight.
Rory bet.
If he with just the ace-8 high makes the bet. Has a backdoor club.
All in from Ram.
Vaswani super systeming it. Got a draw. Go all in.
And a pot of 138,000 for Ram.
And gets the job done. Liffey makes a fold of the ace-8 high, getting another wash on those cards. Three-handed play rages on. What up, Gary? James Jones Sprague. What a dream team. A stream dream team, indeed. And on a 16-ish year delay here from season 1 of the EPT in Dublin.
Just to be clear, though, Spraggy, the commentary is live, but the video has been delayed by 16 years.
Just to protect the integrity of the game.
Joe, what are they wrapping the cable around?
It's the cables were different back then. So
Ram checks. Flop is
When we
5.
announced EPT Retro, Spraggy, as we see the Swanee flop top pair here, Joe joked that you weren't even born when this event took place, but just to put a dose of reality into the mix and also depress us, how old were you in 2004?
14.
Yeah.
Ram raises to 30,000.
he
Well,
was
even-
1 inch shorter than he is now, though.
Even more depressing is the thought that someone born as this was taking place could play online poker in, what, 2 years?
Yeah.
We're all getting old, gentlemen.
I got my first person who wrote to me yesterday and said, "Hey, I don't want to make you feel old, but I've been watching you since I was 10."
I hope you responded and said, what on earth were you doing watching me as a 10-year-old?
I did not say that. That's a parent's decision.
Okay, I say that. We're going to blame the parents.
At 10?
Rambaswani with ace-jack, and that is a call, ace-king for Rory Liffey.
You know, I'm glad these highlight shows are back, James, because when you watch
All in.
live poker, you see that,
And call.
yeah, you see that blockers are a thing, but when you watch highlight shows, you realize every hand's a cooler. Just fold ace-jack.
Ace check for Ram.
Yeah, but there was one hand where ace-jack got there against ace-king, so
We see the flop.
there's that.
Rory's all in. Ace king.
Domination Nation. Here we go.
4-10.
Opportunities.
Turn card. Is a king.
Looking good for
Fewer
Liffey.
opportunities.
Only a queen would be bad for Rory. Last card.
It's a deuce on the river, and that is going to be a diamond flush for Rory Liffey, and we'll see him double up through Ramaswamy. And that means we are still three-handed at this final table. Liffey now chip leader with 407,000. Vaswani second in chips with 225k, just ahead of Jamie Drummond, who's got 185,000. And the blinds are going
when
up.
you were
6,000,
Spraggy,
12,000.
sorry, James. Spraggy, when you were a teenager, were you into Evanescence?
No. Although they'd had that one song that was on the music channels all the time, "Bring Me to Life" or whatever.
No,
Bring Me to Liffey.
Everybody was into that. Yeah.
Just to be
Bring
clear,
Me to
that
Liffey.
was their single. That was their one song.
Called by Ram.
What else was that? This is probably a little bit pre like Wheatus and Teenage Dirtbag. That's it. Probably there's a little bit later.
No, I think Teenage Dirtbag was before this because I remember listening to that in college, I think.
Wow, you are old.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
15,000.
Sick brag, you went to college.
It's a 9.
I mean,
Aces
I only went for,
and nines here for Vaswani.
3 years.
Rory bets 30,000. And all in from Ram.
Wow, the nonchalant all in. Trying to look weak to be strong.
Ram announced all in.
Will Liffey fall for it?
Shows a 10. Rory falls and the pot of 113,000 goes to Ram. That's man.
Shows him what a tough laydown it was. Thank you very much, Mr. Liffey.
The winner of this final will not only win 93,000, he also gets a paid entry into the final to Monte Carlo.
Ooh.
In March next
Oh.
Yeah,
Bit of
I'd
added spice.
forgotten that for the first few seasons. That was part of the prize for winning an EPT, is you got the buy-in for the grand final in Monte Carlo. So it was very much the culmination of the season because all of the champions would be free-rolled.
Call now by Jamie. Ram checks. Flop is 10-4 king. Jamie is first check.
So this was a limp check. King high flop, pair of fours for Vaswani. A lot of limping at this final table.
4.
Trip fours now for Vaswani.
Jamie bets 15,000.
Drummond undeterred, making the bet with the ace-6. Vaswani, of course, coming along with the 4-star hand, the 3 of a kind.
Jamie checks. Ram.
Drummond checks river. Vaswani's going to bet, and you would imagine we're going to see a fold here most of the time, and we do.
Goes to Ram. 93,000. This was the last hand in this round. We're raising the antes and the blinds and change the dealer.
I love the fact that they would advertise to the crowd that the dealer would be changed.
Look, the dealer's a person, too.
For 10 points, Joe, with no cash value, unlike these ones, can you name the dealer at this table?
I haven't seen him or her yet,
It's
so I
a
can't.
it's
at
a
the
she.
moment.
Ram is first.
I would know that manicure anywhere.
Ram bets 10,000.
3 hearts on the flop. I cannot name this dealer, James.
That is Marina Rado, who is the wife of Thomas Kremser and Marina was the original dealer on late night poker in the late 90s. Thomas, of course, the floor man on that TV show.
To 50,000. And Ram falls. Money goes to Rory.
I feel like a husband, wife, dealer, tournament director wouldn't fly at this point on the same table.
Well, no one's flying right now.
He loves it.
So still three-handed at the final table of EPT 1 Dublin, October 2004 at the Merrion Casino. And that looks like kings.
See, if that were me, I'd have wished that I hadn't been laughing when I looked at the kings, because now I'm all serious. What do? Keep laughing? Get serious? You're screwed either way.
Well, I was going to say unfortunate timing, but looks like not, because 10-10 for Donaldson.
Jamie's all in.
Well, I mean, it's
He's all in.
unfortunate for that.
And called by Rory. We have an all in.
Yeah, let's go. That means a call. Rory Liffey all in with the kings. Drummond at risk with the tens.
Rory shows pair of kings.
Oh, God, don't. At least wash them.
Pair of 10. Flop is 7, 3, 9.
See, you look at a flop like this, and you're like, you know what? My tens were going in anyway.
It's a 5.
No help on the turn.
And last
Two
card,
tens once.
9. We're losing one more player. Jamie Drummond.
And we are down to 2 with Jamie Drummond exiting in third place for 23,000 euros. We're going heads up. Rory Liffey v. Ram Vaswani.
And the band played on, even without the Drummond. This guy pretty handsome for a Ram.
Rory Liffey's certainly enjoying his time at the final table, isn't he? All smiles, all giggles.
Well, he's got the chip lead, 514,000 plays 311,000 as this heads-up battle begins.
And as we know, nothing could go wrong.
Ram calls. Rory checks. We see a flop.
Another limp pot.
Flop is 6, 3, 6.
6-6 tray, 2 hearts. King high lead. Sorry, pair of threes winning. Saved.
And a pair of threes betting. Rory Liffey coming out for the lead. Heads up. Hand needs some protection. Seems good. Vaswani counting out chips. Raising chips. Raising up chips. Thank you, graphics.
Something that
Mikey's going up.
not many people find themselves saying during these Season 1 shows.
Check out the poker being played. The flop 3-bet. Both players bluffing. Liffey wanted it more. I saw a king. What else? A 9, and they're both hearts.
Raise it to 36,000.
Up against AQ. Will we see a 3-bet? Even though it hadn't been invented yet? And it was technically illegal to do if you had worse than queens?
This is the first recorded instance of a light, quote unquote, 3-bet.
Call by Rory.
No,
No,
just
it's
a
not.
call.
72,000.
Got to take a flop first. Flops poorly. King 9 taking a substantial lead.
Rory checks.
Not a board. King 9 of hearts is always going to love, but heads up, much stronger. Check, check. 3 clubs on the turn. Liffey.
Living Liffey on the edge makes the bet.
That's 50,000.
No spades in sight. You'd imagine once Ramvaswani's checked, he won't be going anywhere just yet. But it's 2004, anything could happen. Could be all in, could fold. Could be playing for points, chips, money.
172,000.
Does
Glory.
indeed make the call. King River.
Glory, trophies, and big monies. They're up for grabs when you play on the EPT, Spraggy.
All in.
Wow.
Liffey shoves as a bluff and gets snap called by Ramvaswani. And that is going to decimate Liffey's stack.
Whoa.
And arguably the biggest part of the final table so far, and the crowd unusually silent.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge how long in real time this has actually taken. You know, because we've seen that with final tables that go the distance. No matter how enthused the crowd are at the start, after 8 or 9 hours, fatigue sets in. I think we can already see that the number of spectators has dropped significantly. This could have been one of those epic back and forth heads-up battles, which has just been reduced to like 4 or 5 key hands for TV.
I mean, if they're limping every pot, that story totally checks out.
I think you observed at the start, Spraggy, that they were relatively deep as well. So again, this could be a full-length final table rather than a turbo affair.
Yeah, absolutely. And we mentioned the more passive play style as well. You see there, like ace queen doesn't get 3 bets, so naturally all the pots are going to be limped deep. You know, you're not really creating action, driving action. So I'd imagine it took a little while to, and that's interesting as well, James, in terms of like structures over time.
Yeah.
Like how to adjust structures so that you're coming in at reasonable times. But as play style changes, I guess the structures kind of, you know, are going to be affected.
You know, I just recently had to create a tournament structure for a movie I was working on.
And you can listen to the Poker in the Ears podcast to find out more about that. Ramvaswani has shoved. And even though they have the same hand, they're drawing to the same straight. Liffey
It reminds me
is
of
going to
a
let it
scene
go.
in this movie I've been working on.
Well, here is a trivia question, by the way. Can you recognize the gentleman who sat behind Ramvaswani, currently peering over his shoulder?
Lara Flynn Boyle.
Gentleman. Okay, next time
Rafe Fiennes.
there is a shot of Ramvaswani, I want to see if anyone in the chat or one of my 2 co-commentators can recognize the gentleman who is sat directly behind Ram and occasionally is peering in to see what's happening at the table.
Okay.
We said there'd be some familiar faces in the crowd. I appreciate that his face may not be that familiar, but when I tell you his name, you will recognize it. And now they've changed the angle on Ramvaswani just to thwart me.
All in by Ram.
Are we going to flip for a win here? Potentially for the win.
There he is.
Oh, that is a Scheinberg.
That is Mark Scheinberg, one of the 2 founders of PokerStars.
A rare on-camera sighting of a Scheinberg.
And called by Rory.
Oh, we've got a call from Rory. And Vaswani with the ace-5. If he wins, he is your champion.
So this is a unorthodox race, but it is 2 overcards against a pocket pair.
Like Ash G's versus GeoCities.
And it's an ace-high flop, and that sees Ramvaswani move out in front.
Turn card. 7.
It is always coming 7, but unless it comes a 4, which it doesn't, Ramvaswani will win the Dublin EPT. 3 events, 3 winners. Alexander Stevic, John Shipley, and now Ramvaswani, the second Brit to win a European Poker Tour title.
Just over $100,000, 93,000 euros.
A member of the Hendon mob takes it down. And yes, it was a final table populated exclusively by players from the UK and Ireland. It was the UK versus Ireland heads up, and it was the UK that triumphed. Congratulations to Ramvaswani winning that first prize of 93,000 euros, and of course, the all-important trophy and title. Joe, you clearly want to say something.
I'm just happy they got rid of Coughlin first.
I see. Topical humour. Many of you are still asking for the free roll password, bearing in mind that free roll is going to start in 5 minutes' time. A reminder that it is the last name of the player who won the EPT London main event in Season 1. I just said it a moment ago. Alternatively, you may have been watching the stream that we just did about an hour ago. Alternatively, you can always look it up on the internet. But the last name of the winner of EPT1 London, all lowercase, is the password that will get you into today's EPT Retro free roll. There will be another tomorrow as well. $1,000 in the prize pool. Looks like things are functioning okay. Going to keep everything crossed for that. Are you guys happy to move straight on to the next leg of the EPT?
I am happy.
I'll say.
Okay, so let me get my facts and figures out here. We are going to Denmark next. We are going to Copenhagen. And there was a little bit of a break. So Dublin took place in October. 2 whole months went by, in fact nearly 3 whole months, because this was at the very end of January 2005 that the EPT visited the Danish capital, and Casino Copenhagen hosted the 4th leg of the EPT. The buy-in for this is in Danish kroner. So
Okay.
19,300 Danish kroner was the buy-in. Oh, actually 20,000. 19,300 plus 700 rake, generating a prize pool of 3,000 Danish kroner. 18 paces played with 156 entries. A min cash was around $6,000. That's 35,000 kroner, and the winner was due to receive more than $1 million kroner, which is around 191,000 US dollars. So those are the facts and figures, and as ever, we're going to pick up the action at the start of the final table and introduce ourselves to the players who made that final table. What
Danish.
Are you hungry, Joseph?
I am, but it's not my window.
What's your window?
My feeding window. I'm doing intermittent fasting where I have to wait 14 to 16 minutes between meals.
Okay. You have to.
So I have to wait at least another 4 minutes before I can eat.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
It's fine.
Forgive me for being utterly confused by these antics. So last chance to register for the free roll, because there is no late reg on the free roll, by the way. Once it starts 5 past the hour, no more chances to get in. It is the last name of the winner, the champion of EPT1 London. And there will be another free roll tomorrow. And if you want to get into today's, you've got, 60 seconds, basically. If you're searching for it in the lobby, it is called EPT Retro Day 1 free roll. Very, very simple. You'll find it in the lobby, and make sure you use that password. Get into the game as we bring you action from EPT1 Copenhagen.
To the championship table of the European Poker Tour, Casino Copenhagen, Scandinavian event.
So I said that we would see some of the same faces.
In seat number 1 from England with 111,000.
Bambo Xanthos.
I don't even remember this guy, but again, he was a late night poker reg, and he was someone who we saw on the UK circuit a lot, Bumbus.
His name sounds like an X-Men villain.
Julian Thu making his 2nd consecutive EPT final table. Back-to-back appearances for Julian.
James, didn't we eventually do a lot of work with him?
Yes, we did.
Mr. Dan Peterson.
Dan Peterson from Denmark.
Peterson, not Pedersen, got it.
Netherlands, Amsterdam, Noah Boken with
Noah's 2nd EPT final table. He, of course, was in London earlier in the season.
206,500 chips, Mr. Alexander Cooper. In seat number 6, also from Norway, 128,300 chips, Mr.
So 2 Norwegians, Cooper and Colas.
From England with
Oh, yeah.
294,100 chips, Mr. Rameswamy.
The guy who we just saw win in Dublin makes back-to-back final tables as well.
Tables from Sweden, Mr. Michael Westerlund.
And finally, Michael Westerlund from Sweden. And Westerlund is the chip leader coming into this 8-handed final table. Chip denominations, browns are 100, blacks are 500, yellows are 1,000, blues are 5,000. The blinds start at 3K, 6K. Spraggy, that's pretty phenomenal, right? To have 2 players to make back-to-back final tables, including the last champion.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, it's obviously testament to the smaller field size, but even so, there's 189 runners in this one, the Copenhagen
This
event.
one's 156.
156. So I mean, yeah, even so, it's pretty incredible, and it's nice too, right? Because it kind of gives a story for the season, see some familiar faces and whatnot.
We've got an ace king already. Alex Cooper.
Ram Vaswani, crazy horse, EPT1 Dublin champion with queens.
I prefer Crazy Horse 3.
Ram is going to re-raise, make it 50.
Hey, look, it's only 3 months later, but they figured out a re-raise, James. The game just evolves so quickly.
Well, I'm imagining that there will also have been a break in the production, because I guess with those 3 back-to-back events in Spain, the UK and Ireland, they then produced those shows, and I guess maybe learnt from some of the mistakes or evolved the production for the next leg of programming, which would have been from the 2005 events.
Which mistakes have they learned from?
Alexander has announced all in.
I was maybe being a little bit naive and optimistic.
Right.
Ram is going to call. We're going to have a big variance.
So all in and a call. It is the classicest and sickest of all races. Ace King against Queens, and it's the player with the Ace King, Alex Cooper, who's at risk here.
Here is the flop. Flop is 997. 2 queens.
This guy's doing my job. I don't need to be here.
Turn card. It's a
Well, there's
three of
really
clubs.
nothing for me to do then.
Now Alexander needs an ace or a king. Queens in the lead. Here's a river. It's a deuce. Queens are going to win. And Ramaswamy is going to win this set. Alexander Cooper is your 8th place finisher.
Oh, she's so happy for Alexander Cooper.
Cooper,
She hates Alexander Cooper.
Cooper cashing out, and I'll do it in dollars just so everyone can follow. I appreciate we might have some Danish viewers, but for those of you who don't know the conversions, his cash in 8th place worth about 12,500 US dollars.
What is that, like 70,000 kroner?
72,259. You weren't far off, Joseph.
I'm really good with kroner for some reason.
It's his thing. It's his thing.
It is my thing.
Aris Vitor was in the chat earlier. He was the Poker in the Ears Platinum Pass winner, correct?
Turkey Jensen, indeed. He is Danish.
He is Danish. We do have Danish viewers. Huge in Denmark.
I never put that together. That's the same guy.
We
Probably
have,
should have.
Anne Viewer from Denmark. We are huge. Oh, look at this dude.
Oh, this guy was vaping in 2000. Oh, it's a pen.
I'm not convinced it's a pen either.
Mikhail's called.
The old limp with ace-4.
Man, I'm so sad I missed the Danish parts of the tour.
In all seriousness, Copenhagen was one of my favorite stops on the EPT.
10 calls.
I should have gone there when I lived in London. Instead of to Amsterdam 11 times.
Noah's going to move all in here.
But Noah Boken's a fan of that.
So a raise, a call, and now the re-raise from Noah with pocket eights. All in for 73,100.
So my guess is this final table is a little bit less deep than the last one we saw because there's already way more action.
There's also more Nordic flags. I'm not saying the two
Okay,
are connected.
fair.
I'm just pointing out something.
Mm-hmm.
He's called.
Oh my God, he just called it all in with ace-4.
Maybe he thought it was aces. That used to happen back then.
2 8s. 2 8s are in the lead. covers. Here's your flop.
I guess Noah was short, just over 10 bigs.
Flop is Jack, 9, Queen. 2 8s are in the lead.
No kidding.
Here's your turn card. It's a 3 of diamonds, no change. Here's your river. It's a 7. Noah's going to win, and good luck to win $107.
I have broken.
Noah doubles up through the chip leader.
Where'd they find this ring announcer? He sounds like he's from WSOP circuit event Tunica.
Maybe he was on holiday in Copenhagen that week, and they went, would you mind?
Carlos opened this pot for 19.
Okay, Westerland back in the action and raising this time with a weak ace.
Hey, Mikey, you gonna raise a week?
Jack 9 of clubs. And Peterson's like, yes.
Dennis Cole.
James, what if that does turn out to be a vape and that guy's a time traveler and we just discovered it now?
He would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for EPT retro streams.
Can
Oh
you
my
imagine
goodness.
if that's how the world discovered that time travel was possible via this stream?
The guy was so addicted to vaping that he had to take it back in time with him.
And enter a
Ace-deuce.
televised poker tournament.
Yeah. Oh, I messed up. They're like, just go win one of the first EPTs. It won't affect the timeline that much. Don't bring the vape with you. Oh, no.
Also, hashtag fun fact, that Vegas cap he's wearing wasn't manufactured till 2011.
Westerland raising the gut shot.
Why not?
Has moved all in.
I actually don't hate it at all.
Peterson all in here with the Jack 9 of clubs.
Why?
Strangely enough, this is actually one of the hands that probably would want a bluff raise on this board with the backdoors wrapped around the 7 of clubs, but I feel like it's not being raised for those reasons, and Westerland calls with the gut shot.
So, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Sorry. Just let me pause this a second. We just saw someone raise with Jack. So, someone moved all in with Jack 9, and someone called with a gut shot. That just happened, right?
Yes.
On this board,
With the
yes.
ace-deuce, on
Okay.
7-5. I mean, yes.
Just wanted to clarify that actually just happened.
For the record, I'm slightly less of a fan of him calling. Ugh.
Now aces.
Wow.
But a flush draw to Den. Here is the river. It's a 5 of hearts.
Get back in your time machine, pal.
I can tell you what, poker hasn't changed a bit.
And that is Dan Peterson's EPT over, cashing out for just over $15,000 in 7th place.
He went on to found the Jewel Corporation.
So Westerland chip leader with 520,000 just ahead of Dublin champ Ram Vaswani, Boken in 3rd, and it's Bumbus who's currently the short stack with 111k, and the blinds are up to 4,000, 8,000.
Epoch Fail on Twitch wants to know, James, do you do commentating for any other stuff? Yeah, he comments on my life pretty regularly, if that counts.
At least one comment in 10 is positive, Joe.
Unsolicited. Ram Vaswani makes it 25,000 with Ace King. You heard James. Big blind's 8,000 now, so that's 3 and a bit times the big blind.
And Westerland, your chip leader with over $500,000. Going to be tough to wrestle those chips from his grasp when he's playing as tight as calling all in with a gut shot.
But you might be able to wrestle them away from him.
Spraggy, I'll ignore it if you ignore it.
I'm trying.
I assume you guys are building up to like a big laugh.
At some point, hopefully.
You know what it's about assume, Joe? That's right. It makes an arse out of everyone. Ace, King versus Eights.
JJ asking, how big was the starting field? 156
Two players are going to see this flop.
for this early EPT.
How come Joe knows so much about Danish EPTs? Have you got a cheat sheet?
No, I just love Kroner.
Ace, 4,
Just
5.
loves Denmark, this guy.
So top pair for Ram.
He's checked.
I mean, the one thing I will say is this was the era of cliched Swedish aggression. And so far, this guy is just demonstrating how that cliche came into fact.
An early pioneer.
Ram is called. We're going to see a turn card. 128,000 in the center. The 3 of spades.
So,
Ace, 3,
You know, you
4,
couldn't
5.
have a Thomas Walrus without a Michael Westerlund, and you couldn't have a Victor Blom without a Thomas Walrus.
So Vaswani now improves to the nut flush draw in addition to having top pair, top kicker, but Westerlund is not slowing down. His C-bet on the flop was 30,000. This barrel on the turn is 100,000.
Man, oh man, you can't even believe how happy you are when someone's betting into you here.
By the way, these chips, these are now the official EPT Season 1 chips. We're now playing with regulation European Poker Tour apparel, and we still use these chips, I believe, in some side events on the tour.
I like Westerland's Marcel Lust glasses. They're upside down, but still worn right side up.
He's moving all in.
Ram Vaswani all in. And a reminder, these are the 2 biggest stacks at the table.
No
he
spade
doesn't
with the
even have-
eights.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the gut shot this time. I mean, he can call the draw for a chop. Hope that deuce hits. I think it's time for the sun to set on the Westerland hand here.
Deep deliberation for what is a very mediocre hand.
Down.
The trivialist of decisions.
290,000.
Gets away from it. What a relief.
But I guess we
Vaswani
always
checks the
see
pot.
ourselves in our opponents, right? So maybe he thinks he's just a wacky dude as he is.
And Ram Vaswani, champion in the previous event. Chip leader now, or close enough to. Going for the back-to-back 2-time.
Back to back to back to back.
It's actually very safe these days to spend time with people that way. Just a limp from Vaswani with the 10-7. Gonna get a free flop. Michael Westerlund will if he wants it.
Ram is called from the small blind. Cal check.
Takes the check.
We're going to see this flop. 2 players, and the flop is 7, 10, king.
2 pair for Vaswani.
Ram
Just
first
1
back.
for Westerlund. Quite possibly danger for him, and it looks like he's going to do his best to create as much danger as possible by leading at this.
There's no way that Westerland does not blast off here. And I know I'm saying that based on having seen about 3 hands, but that's all we need to see to have a total read on this guy.
Ram raises it, makes it 4.
Yeah, we
Oh,
do see
yeah.
the check raise, but I just, given what you said, James, and what we've seen, I don't imagine he's going to fold. Not saying he necessarily should, but I would say at later points in the hand, there's going to be opportunities for him to give up. But I do have that feeling that he's not going to.
Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Ram
Tricky turn now.
Westerlund picks up a draw.
check.
Uh-oh.
Vaswani has checked.
Cal checks. Here's your
Westerlund checks behind. Interesting.
5 of
And that is a boring river card.
I would anticipate Ramaswamy now feels like his hand's good, and he'll go for that value bet. And yeah, I don't think Westerland's going to fold.
100,000 is the bet.
Well, that's about a pot-sized bet.
Yeah.
Huge.
How crazy does he go here? Is it just a call, or does he go all in?
I don't want to make predictions on Westerland's play. Anything could happen for sure. Really nothing misses, though. Like, the 9 of diamonds is a very, very bad card. If your opponent's bluffing queen jack, they get their diamonds, get there. Jack 8 gets there. Even if they bluff like 8-9, right, they improve to a pair which might not bet river nay. So trying to find a bluff from your opponent here is very hard. But also, 2004, Westland has a pair.
Is that all? Oh, no, he's got a whole pile there.
I think he had about 500k, lost some in the previous hand, so maybe he's around like 400. Makes the call.
Show me the winner for 311,000.
That is the winner. Ramvaswany's hand, 10s and 7s, and Westerland's kind of imploding right now.
And Ram is going to win a 300,000 pot.
And the crowd goes wild.
I think that lady's just clapping for everyone.
What a wholesome EPT rail we have.
Yeah, that's true.
Joe
Where's the booze
Stapleton,
at?
your skill set right now, you time travel back to 2004. Are you the best player on this final table with your current skill set?
Oh, it's close.
Joe.
Probably not, though.
Joe, come on. I'd say so. I'd say comfortably. I think the game has moved on so much that even, you commentate a lot of poker. You're obviously very knowledgeable. You don't play a lot. I think you'd absolutely crush this field.
I mean, I would crush this field in the regard that I would know everything that's going to happen in the future, so I could just play.
Right. You have the EPT almanac.
I'll have the disregard for money that I would need to be good at poker. The problem is, even with my poker knowledge, I'm still scared money most of the time. So if I'm back in time, yeah, I'm probably the best player at the table.
This is an interesting spot, guys. So Ramvaswany's open with aces. Westerland's got ace-jack. Everyone conscious of the fact that Bumbus is super short. And I know that we commented earlier, Joe, that I guess ICM wasn't such a thing back then, and maybe people weren't as aware of the payout jumps.
Calls the 4,000 and raises 30 more.
But Westerland is, well, he's his own man, and he's decided to 3-bet here with ace-jack.
Wait, is this a 3-bet? Wasn't this a limp?
Ram call.
You're right, Vaswani limp with the aces, so it's an opening raise from Westerland, flattered by Vaswani, who continues to play it slow. And Westerland is missed by a mile, but the problem is that's not going to slow him down.
No, 1% to win the pot, no connection to the board, but from what we've seen so far, probably in a position to blast. And it's a very interesting point you make about ICM not being a thing, because these two guys were the two biggest stacks. So in a 2020 final table, you're going to see them not wanting to clash. If there's one person you want to stay out of the way of, it's the guy who's got you covered, right? When you're 1 and 2, pay jumps are huge. But it's 2004. People just play their hand, the strength of their hand, or, they're playing their opponent. They're playing to win as many chips as quickly as they can. They don't really care about payouts or pay jumps. Like you say, ICM not really established at this point.
This was the age of aggression.
And he calls the flop. He called him off.
Yep.
With ace-jack high.
Yep. Westerland bet 100k. Ramvaswany moved all in, and Westerland called all in for another 212,000 and is drawing practically dead.
Just one of those unavoidable confrontations.
Aces and threes.
Sometimes you have to call it off with ace-jack high.
It's a 4.
So it's all over on the turn, and a reminder that Michael Westerland came into this final table as chip leader, and he is going to exit in 6th place. Cashes for just over $17,500. And that is a classic example of how poker has massively changed in 16 years.
James, my memory is not the best, but does Ramvaswany go back-to-back?
no spoilers on this stream.
You guys see Devilfish on the rail there?
I didn't. I missed him.
I seen him sat down next to the blonde lady who's clapping for everyone. No surprise.
Eric has moved all in here.
Here comes Eric Colas, all in with Queen 10.
For some chips.
Noah's going to call. 150,000
And
in the
Noah
pot. No
Boken
shows
calls
ace
with
nine
ace 9.
against Queen 10 offsuit.
So Colas does have live cards. He's the at-risk player.
Flop is king, deuce, deuce.
What he said.
2 spades. The ace is in the lead and still covers. Here is the turn card. It's a queen. Queen now puts 3 spades on the board. Eric has made queens. It's an ace.
Barry Greenstein.
And Noah's going to win.
And that ignites the poker dreams of Eric Colas. Just ashes remain as he steps away from the table and exits in 5th place, cashing out for just over $20,000 US.
I guess you could say Colas has gone flat.
Yes,
Is that Justin Bonomo on the rail as well?
That was Bonomo, yes. More of him to come later today. So yeah, here we had 2 pair, queens and deuces, but then on the river, we had an ace. And that meant Boken had aces and deuces. Both 3-star hands, but remember, not all 3-star hands are equal.
3.2 stars. And it looks like we got some new blinds.
Yeah, we're up to 612 now. And it looks like in between Dublin and Copenhagen, Julian Thu managed to secure himself a sponsorship deal.
Noah checks.
Well done.
Center. And here's your flop. Flop is deuce, 8,
King,
3
8,
spades.
deuce. So second pair for Julian.
Julian checks. Noah checks. Turn card. It's the 10 of diamonds.
2 pair now.
I think, didn't he have a talk show as part of that sponsorship deal? It was called Thu and the Fat.
Julian bet 20,000.
Spraggy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't react.
I know.
Don't humor him. Don't encourage him.
Of course, there was this his team that he was paired with, a few good men.
Will you stop?
I knew Spraggy would be the first one to throw me under the bus.
Just looking for a tumbleweed effect that I can play in. Yep, there he is.
There he is. See? What an odd choice of seat for him.
Good question from Zcat. In what year will people start calming down with all the hair gel?
Around 2007, I'd say. It was all about, it's like, this is probably a little bit post like frosted tips and stuff, right? But definitely a lot of like wet look spiked hair gel, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, Julian all in and called by Noah. It's 2 weak aces against each other. Ace 3 against ace 5.
It's going to be one of those chops.
We haven't had one yet.
Flop is king, king, 4.
Oh no.
Ace 5 currently in the lead.
That's right, Spraggy.
Was this a thing in 2004? Oh, low cards. You love to see it.
What the heck?
Ace 5 is still
How do you
Save
run
me.
so pure?
It's an 8.
Ah, beautiful. What a deuce on the turn.
And
Sorry, Julian.
Thu, having made back-to-back EPT final tables, cashes out in 4th place and receives just over $30,000 US.
What's that, like 180,000 kroner?
Actually, 173,000. You're a little bit off there.
No.
So yes, just 3 players remain, and Ram Vaswani has better than a 2-1 chip lead on Noah Boken. And he is
I have
going
Boken.
for back-to-back titles here. He won the Dublin leg back in October. We're now in January 2005, and Ram could become the tour's first 2-time champion.
Do you just love to see Bambos sit at a table three-handed? He had the short stack, like 10 big blinds, but everyone's just like, don't worry, you can ladder up. We don't care. We got some hands. We'll put the chips in.
He's finally getting involved with the Jack 10. And by involved, I mean limps.
No is checked. We're going to get to see a flop. Three-way action here.
Hasn't been a whole lot of raising.
Flop is deuce.
3 players, all 3 to the flop. King, Jack, deuce, 2 diamonds. Top pair for Vaswani. Second pair for Xanthos. Poke him with a couple of backdoors. That is it.
$15,000 bet. Bumpers calls.
$15,000 bet.
And here's your turn card.
Turn card is the 9 of diamonds. So Vaswani with a flush draw now to go with top pair.
Here's your river card.
Xanthos has a gut shot.
It's the 5 of spades.
Neither player improves. After check on the turn, Xanthos is checked to Vaswani, bets 15,000.
0% chances of a fold.
And a
Kisses him,
$15,000
chucks him.
King.
You win the pot and my germs.
Robert says you win another $80,000 pot for Ram.
Did he just describe that as an $80,000 pot?
Yeah, he's been saying dollars recently. I say just cash out. I mean, top prize in this is only 191,000. Might as well cash out the 80.
Well, it's in Krona, you see. That's why they can't cash out, probably.
Oh, it's just over 1 million kroner for first, if memory serves.
125,000.
Krona. Krona points.
Kroner points. I had to explain to someone very recently that prize points is something you would cash in for an Xbox at an arcade.
Spot's going to be about $250,000. Ram shows King
So
8
Bumbus
suited
all in
clubs.
with Queen 9, called by
Queen
Ram
9
with
all
King
suited
8.
for Bombers. King 8 is in the lead and covers. Here's the flop.
The flop
Flop
is Queen high. There is an 8 as well. Pairs for both players, but right now Bumbus is in a good spot to double up.
For Ram. Turn card is the deuce of clubs. This changes nothing for the board or either player. Same conditions apply. We'll see the river. It's a 7. And the queens are going to win, and Bombers is going to double up here.
Yes, he will.
Nice job, Xanthos. Still a current Anthos.
So still 3 players remaining. Bumbus still the short stack with 292k. Noah Boken playing 403k. Ram Vaswani still big chip leader and still on course for his second EPT title with 865,000.
I can't help but rock out.
I know it's.
Can't help but rock out.
I do love a bit of the retro EPT theme. Blinds
I
are
didn't
up.
know I wasn't on camera this whole time, and I've been bebopping every single moment.
Blinds are now 7,500 to 15,000.
You're on camera for me, Joe. I'm watching you intently.
Ram checks. We're going to get to see this flop.
I've just realised, Spraggy, that the whole EPT retro thing is very much in tune with your visual identity as a streamer.
It is. I'm very on brand today.
No check.
It's because Spraggy's been in his mid-50s for a decade now.
It's also very much in line with my poker game,
Oh,
which is...
oh!
Jesus wept.
The first one in EPT history.
What? First what?
Well, it's the thing that everyone loves. You know what they say, Joe. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Chop pot.
Oh, dear.
I didn't hear any Spraggy in there.
You too. You too.
But to be fair, he only would have ruined it, so I will allow it.
Have to factor in the stream delay of remote commentary to ensure that we're in proper sync next time.
In my ears, it came out perfect.
Okay. It sounded terrible to me, so I can only imagine what the audience heard.
It sounded horrendous to me, but I'm pretty sure it was in sync.
Mambo's call from the small blind.
How
Notice
close
check.
were we,
We're gonna
chat?
See this flop.
I think we were a mile off.
Flop is 10, Jack, King, 2 diamonds.
Is that a straight? Did anyone flop a straight?
No one has flopped a straight.
Pair and a
Nope.
boring.
That is officially the first chop pot that was ever shown in an EPT TV show.
Here's the turn card. It's the ace of diamonds.
That could be a future quiz question, so make sure you keep a mental note of it.
River card.
In your case, Joe, use your pen and your notepad.
Mambo says checked. No, it checks. Mambo shows kings and jacks with an ace. Noah says good hand. Mambo's going to win a $63,000 pot.
Oh, I thought that was a straight on board. Oh, that was last hand.
Well, if that pot's worth $63,000 and third place only pays $47,000, I really think Bombas should cash out now.
That's what I'm saying. Just get TF out of there.
Spraggy, what is that?
Yeah, why is there an emote of you with a diaper on your head?
Is that,
Channel points. I can edit emotes.
but what is that? I mean, I look like a kind of pirate.
It's you with a bandana on, yeah.
You are a kind of pirate, James. Let's be honest.
I like that. I think that's good for my image.
James Artigan.
Center will see the flop of action. Flop is ace, 6, queen, 3 suits.
This was another limp check. When does this stop?
15,000.
Never.
This is called.
We should just cut right to the flop if this is how it's going to go.
Hearts. $35,000 bet by Ram.
Bombas
Another bet on the...
He's going to lay it down.
throwing away the
Turn.
straight draw.
Pot goes to Ram.
I think Xanthos might be the best player at this table.
Ram Vaswani, just 2 players away from the back-to-back EPT titles. King Queen suited. Comes in for a raise.
I think he's just limped.
Sorry, a limp. 2004 limp. Every
Yep.
hand. Limp.
Yep.
Flop.
I wonder if him winning back-to-back EPT titles is what made the Hendon mob start the Hendon mob so they could just keep track of all their wins.
Ram is called. Bombas is called. Here's your
This is a family pot.
flop is
And
ace,
there's
3,
3
queen,
diamonds
3
out there.
diamonds.
And Noah Boken is the only player who has a diamond as one of his hold cards.
This is not like my family. Everybody has their shirts on and no one is bleeding.
Noah's called 15,000. Here's your turn card.
He likes that 4 high diamond draw, doesn't he?
Spades.
Okay.
Which is now a gut shot also.
Yeah.
Ram has checked. And the river. Here's the 9 of clubs. Noah's checked.
Is he going to get himself a free showdown? Hey, calls once, gets himself a free showdown.
Fours. Pair of queen for Ram. Pair of queens will win this pot. A pot of 80,000.
So still 3-handed. Is that Kojak I saw there?
One more Kojak.
Noah's going to open this pot for 40,000.
And it's a button raise from Boken with the King Jack.
Bumbus is going to go all in.
Waves them in.
161,500.
Dusts them off.
Raise of 161,500. Noah's called here. We're going to see this.
Noah makes the call. Xanthos at risk.
Against Jack King. Here's the flop.
They are flipping, and I Googled things from 2004. Apparently, like bacon versus creme brulee.
8-7. Noah has flopped a pair of kings.
Pretty sure those things are still relevant in 2020.
Here's your turn card.
Look, it came up as things that were popular in 2004.
Now needs a 10 to
Bumbus
survive.
is going to need to hit a 10 on the river. He does not, and that is going to take us down to 2.
I have Boken.
Bumbus cashes out $47,335, near enough, 271,000 Danish kroner. So we go heads up, and it's two guys who've already made EPT final tables. Noah Boken was at the final of EPT London, and Ram Vaswani won the previous stop in Dublin. And here's how they got heads up. Bumbus had a pair of 10s, but when that king appeared, Noah then had a pair of kings. But wait for it, because there were then 2 aces. So both play... Oh, never mind about that.
We got it.
Both players were upgraded to the 3-star 2-pair,
Correct.
but one was upgraded a little further.
One
to
was
3 and a bit stars.
One was like premium economy, and one was premium economy in the emergency exit aisle.
Now, James, I don't know if this counts or not, but Turk has a good point. Someone called it off with King Jack.
Rams open this for 45,000.
Yes.
So,
Hang on. When I say call it off, I mean call all in, not call an all in with King Jack, as in where you've got the player covered by like a 10-1 chip lead. Does not count.
so
Flop is deuce.
got it.
5, 8.
We're getting a
Three
didn't
suits.
count.
Noah's check.
Flag on the play. Is that what they say?
Yes. They do say that.
Rams checked. Here's your turn card. It's the king of spades.
There it is.
Noah's bet 20,000.
Very interesting facial expressions going on over there.
Rams going to raise. Made it 60,000. And call.
I don't care about your race.
We have a non-believer.
In the pot, here's your river card. It's the 6 of spades. Noah's checked.
What have we got for sizing? 213,000 in the middle. Half pot, 100,000.
Noah calls.
And a pretty quick call. Show him the bad news.
Kings with an ace, ace king. Ram is going to win a pot over 400,000.
The bad news in 2004, you ask, Spraggy?
Was what?
Well, of course, there was Amy Winehouse's debut album had only been out for a matter of weeks in January 2004.
So we hadn't been able to fully enjoy it yet. We were only a
Yeah.
few weeks in. Great album.
Yeah, so that's some of the bad news from 2004.
Rams open this pot for 40,000. Noah's called.
Ace Jack with the raise. Ram Vaswani. No Boken with the ace 8 defends. Flop is 6-7-3 or 3-6-7 as
Noah's checked.
our announcer says. He's like if you were to release like poker, the video game on PlayStation, this guy would call the plays 100%. Ram Vaswani has made it 40,000.
$.
Hey,
Bad spot for Vaswani here.
don't forget, Spraggy, you are talking to the poor suckers who had to record the commentary for the Winning Moments video, which is not a million miles away from the PlayStation commentary of sports games.
Ah, those are amazing though. I have a couple of those. Those are incredible.
Do you have one of those popular names? Did you get a "Hi there, Benjamin," or did you get a "Hey you"?
No, I got a "Hi there, Benjamin." Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Raised at 60,000 more. Noah's called. Shows ace jack against aces.
There
and
goes
eights
bet.
for Noah.
Raise call. Vaswani thought he was raising for value on the river.
Oof.
Gets snapped off by the 2 pair of Boken. Well, that was a pump fake.
Pie Face Poker dropping off a raid. What up, everybody joining us? Boy, have you traveled a long way. All the way from 2020 back to 2004 and season 1 of the EPT. We are, I would say, live, but 16 years delayed here in Copenhagen.
Slight correction to your timestamp there. We are now in January of 2005.
Oh, there you go. A mere 15. And for all of you coming in from Mason Pie stream, don't forget Pie and GJ will be concluding the Sunday Million once we're done here with the EPT Retro today on this very channel.
Rainbow, Ram first at.
Ram with ace high and a gut shot.
He's checked and Noah's bet 50,000.
Right.
Ram calls. 183,000 now in the center. Here's your turn card. So jack of
Check
diamonds.
back call on the flop. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Vaswani first to act.
Ram is checked.
Checks a second time. Will Boken fire again with a king high? Looks like he will.
100,000 bet.
100K. Full
Ram
pot.
goes down.
Excuse me, half pot.
He's going to win a pot of 183,000.
Gets the best hand to fold.
He's going to be feeling really good about that. Sometime later, blinds now 10,000, 20,000. Swanee with the 8-6, limps. Boken checks the 5 tray. And heads up hasn't changed a bit as the flop comes down. Jack 6-5, pair for each player. Swanee's got the better hand.
Rams bet 20,000.
Bets when it's checked to him. Boken calls.
Here's your turn card.
Well, just a reminder, Joseph, that we are going to be doing this for a number of weeks, and we're going to be covering future seasons of the EPT. I can tell you that it was Copenhagen in 2008. It was the first time I went there, and that was one of the longest and most painful heads-up battles I ever had to endure. And yes, worse than Timex and Panka, worse than Buonanno and Salter. We've still got that.
But I'm
one
only
to
going to
come.
get the TV version of
Yeah,
it.
exactly. You're going to be fine. You're going to be absolutely fine.
Jacks and sixes are going to win this.
I was there, man.
30,000.
I saw what it was really like.
You don't know what it was like, man. You didn't see
was
the
a
unedited
bloodbath.
version.
The Rooster asks, hello, lads. Could you reference where are they now for many of these players as we look into the past? No. Thank you for your question.
I mean, Noah Boken was on the PokerStars books for many years as a team pro. Ram Vaswani, 1/4 of the Hendon mob, I think was the first member of the mob to kind of almost retire from playing the poker circuit, to spend time at home with his wife and kids.
You guys are going to think this is a hashtag fake fact, but it's a hashtag fun fact. Noah Boken owns a chain of juiceries in Amsterdam.
5, 8, 2 clubs. Ram has checked, and Noah has checked.
And according to the aforementioned Hendon mob, still playing to this day.
As he turns a pair, the best pair.
50,000 is bet.
Double gutter for Vaswani. That's 50,000.
Total of 120 now.
Boken raising.
Noah has raised and made it 120.
Swanee likely to know how thin he's drawing if Boken has even a pair, let alone a straight or two pair.
Lays it down. Noah's going to win this pot. Over 200,000.
Noah Boken playing a fairly modern style.
Do you concur with that analysis, Mr. Spragg?
I'd say so. It's probably, I think both of these guys actually are two of the more aggressive but sort of controlled aggression players that we've seen. Obviously, we have very limited highlights, but definitely, I think at this stage of poker, because people seemingly played kind of tight in some spots.
Yeah.
They saw Julian Thu fold like eights on the Queen 5 deuce and didn't put it in pre and things like that. I think any sort of controlled aggression is going to do really well. And a few times we've seen Ramaswamy shovel in with like, he'd have the open-ended straight draw. He had the flush draw with King 3 of clubs and things like that. So if you're putting applying pressure in the right spots, I think it's going to be very, very fruitful. Yeah.
So Boken is raised for the first time in a long time, made it 55,000. Vaswani 3-betting with Jack Deuce.
Remember,
Yeah, and this is some of that controlled aggression we just spoken about going completely out the window, and Jack Deuce off coming in for the re-raise. But even so, like aggression probably just wins a lot.
guys, please remember this is 2005 and the 3-bet hasn't been invented yet. What we've seen from Ramaswamy is a re-raise.
Yes,
Well,
sorry,
there is
the
a
re-raise.
re-raise.
For all of it, this is a ship from Noah Boken, which gets a fold from Ramaswamy. And
I have Boken.
we are going to see a change in the chip lead, I believe.
That was a re-raise when the crowd say Bo Kun.
Ramaswamy with 709,000 and Noah Boken with the chip lead 851,000.
Oh, but much closer than I would have expected.
Yeah, and still pretty deep. Still a lot of play in this.
Craig David must have been big around 2004, right? That's about his
Yeah.
about his era.
He was indeed bubbling from the left and bubbling from the right.
Flop is ace, six, queen, rainbow.
We've got top pair versus bottom pair here.
Ram checks, and Noah will bet 20,000. Ram will call the 20,000. 84,000 in the center of the pot. Here's the turn card. It's another six.
And what a turn it is.
The repeat six. That is
Machi,
a 4-star, 3 of a kind.
Vaswani doing his best to look
And we'll call the 50,000.
unimpressed with this hand, even though I think
Here is the
he's
river
pretty
card.
happy.
It's an 8 of spades, 2 sixes, ace, queen, 8.
Got to be pretty unlucky to be up against the 6 here, but that is what has happened.
Ram bet 60,000.
120.
Noah's raised and made it 120 now.
Well, we saw Ram Vaswani make the raise previously with the ace-jack, so every chance that we don't see the fold here with ace-3.
It's a
He
pretty
seems-
tough fold, especially, you know, with the raise just being a min raise, just click back.
Yeah, and you chop with all aces if they raise. I mean, I don't know how those sort of hands would be likely to be playing in 2004, but like you chop with ace-10, right? Play aces, sixes, and the queen, so
He's called.
he does make the call for the min click. As you say, Joe, small raise, good price, not good enough.
3 sixes and is going to win
Noah
this
Boken
pot over
has
400,000.
trips.
So Noah had the chip lead and continues having the chip lead. Swanee a little dejected over that last hand. Broken with King Jack. I assume he won't be limping this time. Nope, 55,000.
Open this pot to 55,000.
Ace nine of diamonds for Vaswani.
Ram has called.
And we're going heads up to the flop,
4, 9.
which generally happens when there's a flop and heads up.
Ram has checked.
Top pair for Vaswani. Goes check, check.
Ace of clubs.
Another top pair for Vaswani. A new top pair.
Checks again. We do see this quite a lot, especially from Ramaswamy as well over both episodes, both final tables. Plays very trappy style.
70,000.
People love a slow play.
Ram's gone all
I
in.
heard the words, I'm all in.
70 and has moved in.
Make it look good.
Hello.
there.
Ram and
King
jam.
high.
Noah folding.
Noah's going to lay this down.
Man, as a commentator, how do you make that sound exciting right there while he's thinking about it with King Jack?
I don't think you can, and I think
No.
a lot of it you do see it a little more often in these final tables as well. When people get shoved on, they have like Queen High, King High. There tends to be that Hollywood, and I wonder if it's like a thought back in the day that you have to like act as if you did have something there,
Yes.
right? Like people weren't familiar. Like that Hollywood's probably isn't as egregiously annoying as it is today because people kind of that was part of the play style, right? Was wanting people to believe that you had
Right.
it when you folded or you were capable of making those big folds. Whereas now the cat's kind of out the bag. Like everybody knows there are situations where
Ram has
you're just
called.
bluffing, right? You're just
You're not
firing
giving
and you
away
have
as
to
much
fold.
by folding your hands immediately anymore.
Exactly right. People know that sometimes you're just always
Is
folding, right?
Ace, 4, Jack, 2,
I just saw Marcel Lusk on the rail. Am I right in thinking that Noah was like a protege of Marcel's? I seem to remember that being part of his biography.
65,000 bet by Noah.
I mean, it makes sense. You know who might know the answer to that?
Marcel
Lex
Lusk?
Veldhouse.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Do you guys have Lex Veldhouse's phone number? Because I do.
245,000.
Sounds like a no. No, I don't believe you.
Queen of diamonds.
Am I going to have to whip out the WhatsApp just to prove a point?
Ram check.
I'll message him. Hello, good
Oh,
sir.
I got it. I'll get him too.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Leave the man
just-
alone.
He'll probably just answer me first, I think.
160,000. Ram lays it down, and Noah's going to win a pot of almost $250,000.
The Pretender on Twitch wants us to know, gentlemen, Boken in Dutch is pronounced Boken. Thank you for your comment.
So I've seen both Marcel Lusk and Joe Beavers on the rail. Marcel presumably supporting
Yeah.
Noah, and Joe Beavers supporting his fellow Hendon mobster Ram Vaswani.
I just got a reply from Lex.
Yeah.
Please tell that low-life waste of space Stapes to
Lex is
stop
offline,
messaging
right?
me.
Just so you know.
To stop messaging me. That's weird.
I'm looking at his WhatsApp. I can see he's offline, Spraggy. I don't believe you.
Oh,
He's off. He's offline for you. Are you
Yeah.
familiar with the block function, Joe?
He hasn't read my message yet, so clearly he's not online.
you know he's got two
it's-
numbers, right, Joe? And there's one that he gives to, like, you know, the less important people, and there's the one that's always online for, like, the people he prioritizes.
Noah's going to move all in on this
Yeah,
hand.
just saying.
Ram will lay it down.
All right.
Blinds are now
Guess what?
12,000, 24,000.
I'm just going to pretend like that didn't happen.
Lex wishes he could. Joe, how often do you watch Spraggy stream? Great question. Joe? Every day?
Incredibly infrequently.
Take never and just dial it back a notch.
If I was going to watch someone stream poker, it would be Spraggy.
And at
But
that,
I still am not going to watch.
okay, here we go, guys. So what we need to do is clip that and send it to @Lex Veldhouse.
Does Lex even stream anymore?
Ooh,
Wow.
You are treading on thin
Wow.
ice, my friend.
Okay, I mean, the video clips that are being put together right now that will seal your fate.
Noah has checked. Ram has checked.
No, it's just because of, I don't think he streams that much anymore.
Doubles down on it. Interesting strategy here from
because-
Stapleton. Doubles down on his comments.
Well, I just haven't heard of him going very deep in a tournament for a while, so I figured that was probably because he doesn't stream anymore.
Oh my God, this is just. I mean, the shovel is now practically hitting rock.
He's unloading. I've never seen a man dig himself into a hole like this live on stream. Oh no, I have every time he streams. Literally every time Stape streams, I've seen him dig a hole like this. Often with a different implement.
It's very hard to dig with that implement, although it does go deep.
So right now, Noah Boken has the chip advantage. Ram Vaswani with ace-jack. And that is a call. Noah with ace-queen.
Oh, here we go.
Raises 100 more, so that's 124k total. And an all-in and a call.
Ace-jack for Ram, ace-queen for Noah.
Wow.
Ace-queen is in the lead, and Noah covers Ram. Here is the flop.
Yes, show us the flop.
Flop is jack.
Oh, it's jack high.
Ram is flop top.
Domination rotation, although the gut shot draw for Noah Boken.
Turn card.
And that king gives him the straight.
The nut straight, and Ram is drawing dead to a queen. Queen for a tie. Here's the river.
He can only chop it.
It's a
No
five.
chop.
And
And Noah Boken becomes an EPT champion. And how weird is that, guys, that we almost had a two-time winner on the European Poker Tour in the fourth event
the nut straight on the turn.
of the tour's existence.
$1 million found.
But
Yeah,
it's
crazy. And Ram Vaswani come in second place. Real kind of passing of the torch.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the
I mean,
first.
if it was going to happen when they were playing 180-person fields, that was the time.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I was right about the whole Noah Marcel thing, judging by that shot. So yes, Ram Vaswani gets a first and a second in back-to-back events. Noah Boken joins the ranks of early EPT champions, the fourth ever winner of the first Copenhagen event. And here they translated it into euros. 147,679 euros. Vaswani getting just shy of 74k for his second place finish.
That's like 500,000 kroner. I have Boken.
So, that is 4 down and 1 to go. The final table we're going to be covering today is Deauville. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Spraggy, I just realised there's something really important that we haven't addressed on the stream yet. We've obviously discussed your performance in the Sunday Million and your hilarious but short stream yesterday. We need to talk about cats.
Yes.
So, you had an adopted cat, which I believe was your neighbour's cat, and now you have your own to go with it.
That's right. So we had Billy, who was very popular on the stream and would sit in the background of the stream quite a lot recently. But he was never my cat. This is actually largely Marley's fault. She was here. She still is here. And she asked one day whether we could go look at some cats because I think she was missing hers. And one day later, I had adopted a cat,
Oh my
a new cat.
God.
What?
Oh,
What do you mean?
man.
What do you mean?
Joe,
Hold on. It
if-
went from, she was like, let's just go browse cats. And then all of
Yeah.
a sudden you come home with one.
Yeah, so now I have Olaf, which was his name that they named him at the shelter, but I've kind of renamed him Gustav Olafsson. But really, Olaf for short. But I call him Gustav or Olaf, whatever.
I'm loving
So, yeah,
this, by the way. This is very much a cat person thing. And Joe, if there ever was a deeper divide between cat and dog people, you are absolutely in the dog camp, 100%. I know you're not really interested in animals of any kind, but I think if push came to shove, you'd choose a dog over a cat any day of the week.
I like the aesthetic of a dog better, but I like the way cats behave a lot more. Like, cats aren't complete idiots.
Now, the photographic evidence that I've seen on social media channels of your new feline acquisition, there is a visual similarity, I would say, between cat number 2 and cat number 1, who's not even your cat.
Yeah, well, they're both orange.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
In fact, the emotes are in the chat right now. See, one of them, that's Billy, the more orange emote. But they're
Ben
very,
has
they're
the
very
type
similar.
when it comes to cats.
He scratched me this morning too. I went. This is probably you'll like this, Joe. I went. I was like petting him on the head, and then I went to like move him, and he just like scratched me, like slapped me away. So
That's
he
a cat
doesn't
for
take
you.
any. Yeah, he doesn't take any nonsense.
Wow. No, they are very similar looking. Both very charming cats, and obviously I very much approve of them being part of your whole theme and your whole social media activity. So shall we move on, gentlemen, to the last EPT that we're going to be covering today, because I should point out that play has restarted on day 3 of the Sunday Million, and once again, good luck to the 90 or so players who remain in that, vying for that first prize of, 1.5 million? Huge chunk of the $18 million prize pool that we saw in the Sunday Million event. So I know I've bored people endlessly with my Deauville anecdotes, but I kind of feel that I have to tell the story again because it's relevant, because we're literally streaming
this is a good story. No,
that
this
event.
is good.
So this is the only EPT I ever played. This was my first experience of the tour. I was very lucky. I was a radio presenter in London in 2005, and randomly there was a PR company acting on behalf of PokerStars that was asking TV and radio presenters if they wanted to go and play a poker tournament in Europe for free, and all you had to do was talk about it on your media channel. So in other words, I had to say on my radio show that I got to go and play on the PokerStars EPT, and they would pay for everything. And because this was right in the middle of the poker boom, I had no problem persuading the bosses at LBC that this was something that we should cover, and that would
So you didn't just try to sneak it in.
No, not at all. I said, I've got this opportunity to go and do this. I think it'd be quite fun. I could do my kind of journal of how it's going, and they were like, "Yeah, absolutely, go for it." So it was completely above board in that I got permission to go. I had to take time off work to do it. But yeah, I got to take the Eurostar to Paris, and then got the train to Deauville, and played in the EPT main event. Put in a pretty abysmal performance. Played tighter than I do now, and that's saying something. The only real #fun facts from my 2 days in the EPT main event in Deauville are that I made day 2, which I guess is one thing to tick off the list, and the second is that I knocked out some guy who I thought was playing appallingly, but apparently was quite a big deal, called Elke. And I had no idea who he was, and it was only when I knocked him out that I was told, "You just knocked out Elke." And then I later found out that he was kind of a big deal. But bear in mind, as we've previously stated, when we talk about the audience at the EPT, there was nothing else to do. You're stuck in the casino. There's no side events. I think there was some pretty relatively, for me, high stakes sit and goes being staged, like €500 sit and goes. Apart from that, nothing else. So you did get quite a good rail, and I was on the rail for the final table. So I fear that you will see me in some of the shots in this next TV show, a 2005 era James Hartigan. And yes, it was during my trip to Deauville that I got to meet many of the people at PokerStars who discovered, oh, there's a broadcaster who knows a little bit, emphasis on the word little, about poker. Maybe we could use him. And that was very much the birth of my career, and fast forward to where we are now. But enough about my story. This is really the story of the 8 players who made the final table. There's a couple of faces you'll recognise, including someone who we've already seen in Season 1 make a final table at the start of the tour. There's another player who I think Spraggy referenced during Copenhagen, who you might reference as well. I'm pretty sure the players here all introduce themselves. So let's have a listen as they tell us a little bit about themselves as we bring you the EPT Deauville final table. 245 entries, €2,000 buy-in, prize pool of nearly €500,000, 27 paid, and now we're down to the final 8 as we fast forward to February 2005 and the Deauville EPT. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the Casino Barrière here in Deauville. This is the final table of the main event. 245 players started. And we're playing for a prize pool of 490,000 euros.
My name's Mark Ristine. I'm from Orville, California. I'm 36 years old, and I'm an insurance agent.
Mark Ristine.
My name is Peter Eickhardt, and I'm from Stockholm, Sweden, and I'm 39 years old, and I play poker for a living.
Peter Eichhardt.
There he is. There he is at the back.
Whoa!
Oh my God.
Underneath the R of PokerStars.
Nerd alert.
Oh, yeah.
What on earth is this guy on the far right scene, by the way? What is he watching?
You're going to have to do that again.
From London, England. I'm a recruitment consultant, 34 years old.
72,000 to start. It's Jeremy Tuckman.
There he is.
One more time. Do it.
My name is Brandon Schaefer. I'm from Seattle, Washington, 24 years old. I just left my job, and I'm unemployed right now.
Brendan Schaefer.
I'm only watching for Hard again.
I'm from Aldershot in Hampshire, student of life.
Bob Coombs. And it's
Up.
My name is Justin Bonomo. I'm 19 years old, and I'm a professional poker player from Washington, D.C.
It's Justin Bonomo.
Never heard of him.
Fizzled out.
Next to
Carl Olson. I'm from Seattle, Washington in the States. 22 years old. I just graduated college, so I guess I'm a poker player at the moment.
Carl Olson.
And James is gone.
My name is Luca Pagano. I'm 26 years old. I'm a professional poker player for about 8 years.
Luca Pagano.
Isn't it crazy how long it took the rest of Italy to catch up with Luca?
His second EPT final table of season 1, and here we go. And yes, this is where I met Justin Bonomo for the first time. He just had a deep run in the PCA, had a decent cash there, and then made the final table of the first ever EPT he played.
James, was that Brad from PokerStars blog?
Yes, Brad Willis is in the crowd. You'll see him from
Brad
time
Willis,
to time
yeah.
as well.
Oh, man.
So first hand of the final table, and we get a raise from Mark Ristine with Ace-King. Chip denominations, only 2 denominations in play right now, the yellow 1Ks and the blue 5Ks.
Simple. I like it. Z. Justin Bonomo.
What is uncontested, and the Mark takes the first pot on the front.
Okay, well, not a lot of analysis to be done there. Raise and take it. Okay.
How did that hand make the edit?
Maybe they needed it to set something up for later.
Ah.
I noticed in the last episode that at least one of the camera operators still works on the shows when we do them.
Yeah, there are many people on the crew who were around back in 04-05 who are still working on the shows today. I look forward to seeing some of them in the background. So here is Bob Coombs, the student of life from Aldershot, Hampshire, raising with ace-10.
Or 10 ace, as the graphics say.
He rakes it 30,000. Carl Olson has ace-king.
Just a call, I think he said. I don't know, maybe not. No.
He's going to re-raise.
He's making it 100.
To 100,000. Luca Pagano has queens.
What is happening? Now, is this late enough in the 2000s that people might think this is just like a bluff squeeze? Or is this going to get the credit if he moves in?
This is 100% going to get credit.
From the ace-10, obviously ace-king, there's not much you can do. But.
And I fear that we are going to see the classicest and sickest of races once again
There goes Coombs.
Comes back to Carl. He's in for 100,000.
Well, maybe this gets a fold.
That's 314,000.
I just don't see anyone
14,000 more.
getting away from this then, now, in the future. So there's one thing that's been ever present about poker. Getting it all in with ace-king suited is usually fun. There's the call. We are going to have the flip, the 2005 flip, like Sin City versus a history of violence. One of these two hands is a slight mathematical advantage.
And Luca Pagano is the at-risk player. He has the slight advantage here with the queens. And that is a flush draw for Olsen, who becomes the statistical favorite post-flop.
Still flipping, even though the flop is out.
It's the diamond on the turn, the king of diamonds, that sees Luca with just 5% equity and needing a queen on the river to survive. Luca, first player out, following his third place finish in Barcelona at the start of the season, cashes out in 8th place here in Deauville for 13,500 euros.
Pagano.
That is what we call a sweeping jib shot.
I never thought I'd say this, but I miss Deauville.
Well, obviously there's a very special place in my heart for Deauville.
Sure.
What's weird is I sat there and watched this entire final table. I have no recollection of any of the hands and no recollection of at least 70% of the players.
Now you know what it's like to be me all the time.
Uh-oh, cooler alert.
What?
I'll go all in.
Peter Eichhardt moves all in with queens, and we know he's going to get called in at least one spot. And there is the call from Justin Bonomo. And it looks like Eichhardt just has Bonomo covered. So Justin will be the at-risk player here, but obviously is a huge favorite with aces over queens.
So Peter's got a pair of queens, Justin a pair of aces. We see the flop.
39-year-old versus the 22-year-old.
Flop comes 10, 6, 3. Pair of aces is in front. For Justin. Turn cut. Here's a check. No change. And last card.
Justin just has to fade a queen.
6 and the ace in front.
So big double up for Bonomo, and that's going to leave Peter Eichhardt super short.
Peter with 1 chip left.
Oh, 1 chip. But bear in mind, this is 2005. Joe, it'll be another 9 years until the expression "all it takes is a chip and a chair" is to be coined.
I think that's definitive proof right there that if that phrase existed before I invented it in 2014, it would have been uttered right then.
Correct.
Lines 5 and 10,000. Justin first. He's folding.
A lot of folks in chat may be unaware of the fact that I did, in fact, coin the phrase, all it takes is a chip and a chair, back in 2014.
So Kojak for Olsen. King Jack of diamonds, and he has raised it to 30,000. By the way, Peter Eichhardt is forced all in by virtue of posting the ante with his single chip.
See what that means, James, is as long as he's still in, like he's a favorite here, he could double up.
Nope.
He's not out yet. As long as you still have a chip and a chair, you have a chance.
Of course, you don't have to explain it to me, Joe. You don't have to justify it to me.
Sorry, it's more like for the audience. But
Sure. All I would say is, this is retro, so keep it 2005, please. That didn't exist as a theoretical concept, let alone a phrase.
Right.
Flop comes queen, 10, deuce.
Ace high, still out in front, but has a lot more to dodge.
And Olsen has paired his jack on the turn.
Now, Peter needs an ace or a king. Just a king. And the last
Yeah,
card
the king
is the 7.
is the only card that would save him. Instead, it's a 7. And another elimination from the final table here in Deauville as Peter Eichhardt goes out in 7th place and cashes for 18,000 euros. He is another face that we will be seeing again on the EPT in future weeks as we cover future years of the tour. Olsen now chip leader with 751k. Coombs the shorty with 116k.
VQ asks, does Joe memorize a bunch of slight mathematical advantage analogies before commentating a tournament, or is he smart enough to make them up on the spot? The answer is yes. Thank you for your question.
Talking of familiar faces, we have the former EPT media coordinator, Mad Harper, in shot there, sat behind Jeremy Tuckman.
Raising it up.
And I can detect that Spraggy's back by the bird song I'm currently hearing.
I return, yes, sorry.
Oh, what it is to live in the country.
A little chirping there.
What are birds? Also, why are birds?
Now you're asking the right questions. I'm reconnecting with nature. I'm finding my more sensitive side, you know?
I've heard that bird doesn't sing at all when Marley's not in town.
I'm amazed that bird has survived with 2 cats in the precinct.
Oh, good call. Trips for Tuckman.
Flush draw for
Flush
Ristine.
draw.
Mark checks.
In fact, can you please release the cats because it's now becoming a little bit annoying.
Why does it go check, check?
I actually enjoy it. Peaceful.
You enjoy the check, check?
30,000.
I'm working on a solution.
Mark raises to 60,000. Double the bet from Jeremy.
Oh my God. That's an all-time moment for me right there.
Oh, you got to feel for Tuckman here.
I usually do feel for Tuckman. Just not this one.
Really tough spot. Not a good for the... Oh, all in.
Well,
man, if he managed to look not so dejected when he moved all in, maybe a flush would fold. But if you're paying attention at all, he is not happy about being all in.
I don't think this is ever really going to be bad because there are some worse aces. Obviously, we can see that Ristine has the nut flush, but even if it does, he has outs, right? 23%. That is not one of them.
And that will be a double up for Mark Ristine. So just to clarify, well, just pay attention here. So Tuckman had 3 of a kind, 3 aces. That's a 4-star hand.
That seems like a very good hand.
It's a 4-star hand, but Ristine,
yeah,
at this point only had 4 clubs, but then on the turn improved to 5 clubs. We call that a flush, and that is a 6-star hand.
That's 1 more star than he needed. James, I know that a lot of the money is fake on these TV productions. What do you know about the money in that briefcase?
I know nothing.
I think they were crazy enough to have it be real. Crazy Europeans. Plus, where are you going to get fake European money from? Nobody even knows where real European money comes from.
So it's a raise from Justin Bonomo here with Queen Jack. Opens to 30,000. Jeremy Tuckman is the short stack.
He seems pretty defeated.
All in.
Jeremy announces all in.
No shot he has a hand. I knew it. He just gave up.
Bet is 84,000.
You can see Brad Willis now set above Justin Bonomo.
Jeremy is all in.
And here we go, Tuckman at risk and behind.
10, 9 of diamonds.
37%'s not bad.
With your hand, please. And we see the flop. Flop comes 3, king, 7.
Queen high still good.
For Jeremy.
Oh, it's so annoying when you lose this hand to queen high.
Comes a 10.
Oh,
Oh,
Pair of tens for Jeremy.
Oh.
Queen player. And it's an open-ended straight for Justin.
it's also annoying when you lose this hand to 10-9.
Last card is a 7, and Jeremy doubles up.
Tuckman doubles up through Bonomo.
Hey, sometimes you just have a feeling.
So was Brad working with PokerStars at this time, James? Do you know he was there covering the event, or
Yes.
he was there as
So-
he was working still?
I'm obviously better to hear Brad's story from himself, but my understanding is that he was asked to come out and report on the PCA. It was the first ever PCA Atlantis in 2005, and based on his work creating what would become the PokerStars blog for that event, he was asked to come and report on the EPT. So his first gig was Copenhagen, and then he moved on to Deauville. So this was the first time I met Brad.
Nice.
I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. I'm not gonna re-raise you this time.
Ooh, table talk from Justin Bonomo. Mixing it up with the king queen. Just having a call. Might regret it. 3 on the flop.
I think the interesting shift, by the way, between the early events that we covered at the back end of 2004 and an event like this in early 2005 is the influx of Americans. And whilst the early EPTs were very much European events, now we
Yeah.
see all of the young American online qualifiers coming over and already asserting their dominance.
Yeah, what was it? Dublin, we had an all UK and Irish final table.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Which apparently aren't the same thing.
151,000 to Brendan.
Very attractive ballroom, the Casino Barrier, where this event was played.
Ballroom.
I think production picks up pretty quickly as well, right? Like certainly on this event, I don't know. It seems like you say, James, learning from the earlier episodes, it seems to get pretty good pretty quickly.
I think it's partly that, but also, and again, I wasn't working on the TV production at this stage. My understanding is this is the first venue where they had space, where the ceilings were high enough for you to have the jib camera, where you had enough space to build a proper set around the table. And that becomes a theme moving forward as the events get bigger and the TV coverage ramps up, that you need to have locations that can accommodate hundreds more players and also can accommodate a full-on OB.
Makes it 80,000.
The guy in the blue top in the audience is Keith the Camel Hawkins, who finished 10th in this event.
Guy loves me.
Everyone loves you, Joe.
So Schaefer's been re-raised. And given that Bonomo has kings or better, this is a legal re-raise at this point. Re-raising worse than kings in 2005, known as an angle shoot.
Poor etiquette at a bare minimum.
In for 30,000, and he calls to 80,000.
Just the kind of thing that'll have you not invited back. Schaefer calls with 7-4 of diamonds.
And the flop comes 9.
Ace high flop.
Justin is
Does he get kings to fold here?
Justin checks.
I mean, if there's ever a time to apply pressure in 2004, I think when people 3-bet and then check, having said that, their 3-bet range, or their re-raise range, excuse me, is probably like aces and kings, and they will trap aces exactly the same, I'd expect. He does move all in, though. This is some
Just a bet.
2004 poker.
100,000.
Oh,
not
sorry,
quite
I thought
all
he
in.
said all in. 100K. Even so, calling the re-raise with 7-4 and starts blasting the ace-9 deuce.
In case you missed that, Justin says, my instinct says I should push.
I would have a tough decision. But go for it.
Careful. Bonomo moves all in. You don't have a tough decision.
7 high.
This is a very easy decision, Brandon.
I can understand faking it a little here. He's really selling it. Are we sure we have his cards right?
Ring the academy.
No.
None. So I have 7 high, no draw. Not even a backdoor. How many outs am I drawing to? 0.
I have no immediate outs.
So here are the chips of the remaining players. By the way, you'll notice that Mark Ristine is on this leaderboard twice. He only has 1 stack at the final table. The other belongs to Bonomo. Bonomo is the player with 476k, but it's Olsen who's still chip leader. And blinds are up to 6,000, 12,000.
Choose your favorite and cheer for him. Thank you.
You heard Thomas Kremser. Choose your favourite and chip. There are no women at the final table, Joe. Sorry to break this to you. Who are you picking, Spraggy? Who's your favourite?
I mean, on pedigree, Justin Bonomo, right? I mean, he's one of the best players the game's seen. Obviously, this is him in his very early incarnations, check-shoving kings on an ace-high board. But I think, yeah, as we mentioned, aggression, probably going to do pretty well in this era. Bonomo's instincts, probably pretty good given the player that he later becomes. So I'd say Bonomo, a decent favorite. Actually, to be honest, my poker history and knowledge is so bad that don't worry about spoilers. I have no idea who wins any of these.
Look, as a poker commentator and member of the poker media, I myself am pulling for David Tuchman.
Right, a colleague, a fellow industry professional.
Now it comes back to Mark, the initial raiser.
So, Ristine.
Yeah, Ristine was the original raiser, and then there was the shove from Tuchman, and Coombs called all in. Ristine gets out of the way, so this will go to showdown, and Coombs is the player at risk, and he is the player who is dominated.
We see the hands. Jeremy shows ace, king of hearts, and Bob, the rim player, has ace, queen.
Domination Nation.
Deuce, 7, check. With no help.
Potentially for 6th place if Tuchman holds.
In front. Turn cut. Turn cut is a 7. No change. Yeah, there you go. Last card.
He does have
over the deuce.
opportunities, but instead it's a 6 on the river. Ace King high holds, and that is the end of Bob Coombs.
And Coombs goes to Dynamite.
Exits in 6th place, cashing for 22,500 euros. And we are down to the final 5 at EPT Deauville, Season 1. This event took place in February 2005.
Another really interesting quirk, kind of a fun thing to look at, is whenever they're all in, I don't think anybody really appreciates percentages, because you'll see like ace queen all in against like 10 jack, which is close to like a 60-40. But the people with ace queen are like, yeah, like fist pumping. I've seen a few times. Or the people who are behind, they're already like coats on, ready to leave, as if like, oh, it's a miracle from here. It's a miracle from here, right? I think people think that those hands, by and large, are a lot further ahead or a lot further behind than they actually are.
About this very year, actually, in 2005, is when I had the summer of when I had another card player intern that I was working with explain to me the power of live cards and about how up against Ace King, any two cards that aren't Ace King is like not doing that bad, and it blew my mind.
Yeah. Right, because putting all in with those hands is really only a bad play because you might be up against a range of hands that like 3 bets or 4 bets and re-raises. Like 9-10 could be really bad because you're going to see queens, kings, and aces. But when you see ace king, it's like it's really close, right? Obviously, it's
So
still bad to put
close.
it in, but you see that and it's close to a float.
By the way, Crispy, we're not ignoring you. Just bear in mind that we are looking at a pre-edited TV show, so there's not a lot of dead time. It's action, action, action.
Let's take the time out to tell Crispy we'll answer his question later.
Crispy
I
doesn't
missed
even have a
that check.
question.
And no need from Jeremy.
Oh, well, whatever it is.
Just a minor complaint that we were ignoring the chat.
And there's a call from Mark.
Wow, that escalated
What?
quickly.
Following Jeremy.
Tuckman decided to shove the flop with ace high, and Ristine Heroes with the sixes and is right.
Sixes and ace 10 for Jeremy.
He's risking it all.
The queen, no help for him. Still the ace or the 10.
Tuckman looking for an ace or a 10 on the river. It's a king, sixes hold. Ristine loves it.
Tuckman never recovered from the big all-in he lost. He just kind of punted twice after that.
James Hartigan applause there on the rail.
I was delighted to see Mark Ristine win that hand. I felt very sorry for Jeremy Tuckman, who went out in 5th place, cashing for 27,000 euros.
I guess technically that's the first Tuckman you ever met.
Huh. Blinds now 8,000, 16,000.
Brandon Schaefer. Is he the one that went on to fight in Iraq? I'm guessing from the silence, probably not.
I honestly don't remember, Joe.
Flop is deuce, 6, 10.
Bottom pair for Bonomo. Flush draw, not flush draw for Schaefer.
Brandon bet.
Whoa!
Snap.
Snap call.
Justin. I'm sorry. Turn card is a 9. Board is 10. 9, deuce 6.
Check.
I don't know if Bonomo's intentionally making it look like that, but when he does that, it makes it look like he's just calling all the way down regardless.
80,000.
Maybe that was his intent to get a check there. I don't know if we were at reverse tells at this point yet or not.
Is this a value bet or a bluff?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's something. I think there's probably back in 2005 here, there was probably a lot of thought about protecting your hand, right? On a board like this especially, I think a lot of the time you'd put players on high cards, things like, you know, ace, queen, king, queen, and be like, all right, my hand's probably good now. No consideration of how, you know, you want to keep hands in a river calling range or something like that. It's just like, I'm good now, let's win the pot.
High cards in any number of draws on a board like that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the board bricks out for Brandon Schaefer. He checks.
This is actually a really interesting spot because I think, yeah, we're going to see a check back. I was going to say, I think these days we'd almost always see a check behind when all the draws break. Bonomo would realize he has enough showdown value. But the hand's going to play the same in 2005 as well.
Bonomo wins that with a pair of deuces, and Hartigan loves it. Woohoo! Oh, God, it's so embarrassing. So, yes, we are down to 4 players, and they're all American. And right now it's Carl Olsen who's the chip leader, just ahead of Mark Ristine. Justin Bonomo third in chips. Brandon Schaefer bringing up the rear, but no one's short-stacked.
Word shortly got out in America how bad everyone in Europe was at poker.
45.
It didn't last long.
They saw, was it Westerfeld?
Westerland. Well, Westerland at Copenhagen.
Saw Westerland's ace jack all in when he was second in chips with 1%. And they're like, get me on the plane. Get me to Copenhagen. Get me to France. Deauville.
There's a call on the button from Justin.
Oh boy, oh boy. Love this kid on Freaks and Geeks.
Oh, big hands here.
Yeah.
And a big raise. It's one of the biggest raises we've seen, from 45,000 to 200,000.
We're going to see more action.
All in from Brendan.
Schaefer all in. Should be a pretty trivial fold for Justin Bonomo. He says, I was going to do that. He would not have been best pleased.
Everyone gets their time to make weird faces and fold.
And the
Quick
call
call.
from Carl Olsen, and it's Schaefer v. Olsen. Schaefer, the at-risk player with the ace-queen. Olsen ahead with kings.
And it's ace, queen of clubs. All in hand for Brendan. We see the flop. I don't know how to root. Yeah. Flop is ace.
Hey.
Always an ace on the desk.
He is in front. Pair of aces to the pair of kings from Carl. Turn cut. Is it deuce? No change. River card.
Brandon Schaefer just has to fade a king on the river. It's a queen, two pair. He will double up through Olsen.
And Kato Cat gets in touch and says, Schaefer enlisted in the Army to be a helicopter pilot. I knew he was a veteran.
How did you remember that?
I think he reappeared later in the tour.
He did,
He
but
came as like a guest, and I remembered it from then.
it's weird because that's the kind of detail that I would not expect you to remember. Of all the players who've appeared on the EPT, of all the random stories,
What can I
anecdotes,
say,
and-
James? I respect the troops.
Good point.
Call from Carl. 48,000.
Guess we know who didn't thank him for his service.
Small blind fold.
So Bonomo opens with Queen Jack. Olsen calls with Ace 10.
Flop is 6, 9, 8.
And it is an ace high flop.
Justin is first.
$75,000.
He bets 75,000.
What does Olsen have left?
Can't be too much. I just lost that king's hand, eh?
Looks like plenty, though.
Raise all in.
And Carl announces raise all in.
How are you feeling now?
Fine.
And Justin
Oh, him.
Folds.
to Carl.
Got to think about it. Go to Hollywood.
It's so weird because tanking's a way bigger problem now, but everyone really did take their time to Hollywood for a few seconds back then, didn't they?
Yeah.
And actually, the play is really quick compared to today, I think. People tend to make
Yeah.
decisions a lot quicker, but then there's like a little bit of posturing afterwards or after the fact. I think the pace of play is definitely speedier. But I think that's just because people are thinking a lot less.
3 times the big line from Mark.
But I guess there's less to think about, right? These days, you have to, because our understanding of the game and how the mathematics of the game works, there is so many more factors to consider. Like that thought process has evolved so much from, I have top pair, am I going to, what's this guy got? I think I'm going to go with it or whatever, to here's what I should be doing here, how's this hand going to play out, flop turns, rivers, blah, blah, blah. There's much more of an overall strategy to consider when you're making decisions. So it does make sense. It's not just for show kind of thing, right?
6, 10, 4.
A raise from Ristine, call from Olsen. Pair of the Man asks, when does Sunday Million start? Actually, on Sunday is when it typically starts. Thanks for your question. Check, check. Turn is the 9 of clubs.
Carl bets 60,000.
Carl Olsen, 60,000.
And call.
Christine
Call from the ace queen.
stationing with ace queen. River card,
The deuce.
the deuce.
You see this a lot more as well. Players that are like, okay, I missed, I have to bluff. Whereas here, you're likely to see players like, I'll only bluff when I have queen jack or king jack, you know, or like something with an 8 in or a 7 in.
Yeah.
Here is a lot less like choosing which hands to bluff with. It's just like, I'm not winning. To win the pot, I have to bet. So they bet.
Bets 120,000.
I just remembered a rather entertaining and interesting hashtag fun fact about this final table. Carl Olsen and Brandon Schaefer are actual friends, and they were sharing a hotel room in Deauville. They were like on tour together and made the final table together.
Nice.
That's their dream. That's you're always like you and your friend. I'm like, wouldn't it be great if we both made the final table? Yeah, and then one of you is out in the first hour.
Hashtag fun fact for me as well. The really only significant live final table I ever made was UK IPT Galway. And the lad that I was sharing, a very good friend of mine I was sharing a house with over in Ireland, made the final table as well. And he got set over set, which was obviously terrible, because not only did it mean that my friend busted, it also meant that I laddered like 10,000 euro. So it was like, mate, that's what a sickening beat that is. That's horrible to see. You hate to see that. But really, I did not hate to see it.
And they haven't spoken since.
Small blind fold.
Shout out to Slats. Should have folded, buddy.
Wait, it was against you?
Nah, somebody else.
Okay.
Still should have folded.
Keith the Camel and Keith the Cameraman. Ha ha!
So Schaefer's raise was to 50,000, called by Carl Olsen. It is an ace-ace-6 flop. Trips for Schaefer. Olsen has paired his 6.
Carl is first to act.
Kinda dangerous.
Coco Flow is confused, but at least I've answered your question.
And Carl calls 60,000 bet. Turn card.
So 60,000 apiece. Queen on the turn.
Carl is first. He checks.
So this has the added dynamic of being a hand from 2005, and also between two friends who are very likely to want to try and, you know, second guess each other, outplay each other.
Yeah. Olsen turns his hand into a bluff, question mark, and bets 80,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Man, playing against your friends in these spots is so awful. I know there's no friends at the poker table, but you just really level yourself. Would my friend really bluff me? Do I really want to just roll over to my friend if they would bluff me?
200,000.
We do see a raise at the river.
Yeah, Brandon Schaefer has made it 200,000.
Let's go.
Another pot for Brandon Schaefer.
See, like if Brandon Schaefer did that to his friend with an air ball there, I think, look, even though I don't believe in collusion, you can totally stop being friends with him after that.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely unavoidable to play differently when you know the people or you're friends with the people you're playing, and not in a nefarious way.
I
Not
totally
in like
agree.
a deliberately nefarious way. It's just like you have that history, and like you say, Joe, you just never know whether they're going to pull one on you or like they want to go to battle with you or the opposite, right?
There's a big difference between soft playing someone and not going completely crazy against them.
200 plus whatever this is.
So Bonomo has opened to 48k with ace jack.
Well, this seems like a real tough decision.
And the call from Brandon. What is 112?
Schaefer calling with 10-6 of diamonds.
Oh, well, there you go.
And there's a 10 on the flop.
3. Brandon is first to 8.
Gut shot and overcard for Bonomo.
Very quick check behind.
Player check, turn card. It's an 8.
$80,000.
80,000 bet from Brandon.
When I see a very quick check behind and then the board doesn't improve any draws, I'm probably going to bet again, almost always.
And Justin folds. Pot goes to Brandon. 202,000. Yes.
Claps himself.
There he is, more hard again. Still
Oh.
at baby fat.
So we are now four-handed, and Brandon Schaefer has 1.2 million. Carl Olsen second in chips, just ahead of Mark Ristine, and it's Bonomo bringing up the rear with 167k.
There is your chip leader, and he has 2 10s. Good hand that. Good hand then, good hand now.
I would say that its nickname, Spraggy, was even more relevant in 2004 when a few people still remembered who Paul Daniels was.
Yes, yes.
The guy that played C-3PO.
Bonomo is shoved with ace-queen. Looks like Olsen has the same hand. Wow.
Carl announces call. 164,000 bet from Justin.
Ristine folds back around to Brandon Schaefer.
Comes back to Brandon.
Ah, what a loser. The only guy who didn't get a hand here.
We've got 3 players, 1 player in, and got a side pot.
Wow, we could have action on the side here with Schaefer calling as well. Bonomo all in and at risk.
It really sucks when your 10s don't hold here.
And again, pretty unusual because I think in 2020, you're going to see like a re-isolation shove, right? Schaefer opened as the chip leader. You'd imagine that's wide. So Olsen typically in the modern day would be all in, but we're going to see a contested side pot post-flop.
Flop comes 9.
Fortunately for Schaefer, the board is 9 high.
Carl is first to act. He checks.
And this is the problem for Olsen. He's already in for, I think, about 164,000. Didn't have too much left. He's missed the flop.
Both players check. Board pairs on the turn.
Really rooting for the 10s here.
And check. River card.
10s hold.
Check.
You're not going to think they did till they table them.
Yeah, this gets checked to showdown, and that is the end of Justin Bonomo's run in the EPT Deauville main event. Season 1 of the tour back in 2005. Bonomo's first cash, a 4th place finish for €31,500.
No Mo Bonomo.
2,000 goes to Brandon.
I feel like four-handed play took forever.
That's a fact of final tables, isn't it? It was true then, and it's true now. You get different dynamics. Some play 8-handed forever, some play 4-handed forever, some play heads up for an eternity.
Didn't we have like a 12-hour 5-handed this year?
Yeah, I want to say it was like Barcelona, or Barcelona last year. Or was it? Oh, it was Monte Carlo, wasn't it? Last year went on forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's always a point where it seems that there's been several levels without an elimination. And here I would agree with you. I think four-handed they played for an extended period of time.
It certainly depends a lot more on like chip distribution these days as well. Because of ICM, people are more aware of it. You do get odd situations where it's correct for everybody just to fold, 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 right? Depending on how chips are distributed.
7-3-5. Carl is first to egg.
So Ristine was the raiser here with 9 deuce. Blinds are up, so he made it 50,000. 2.5 big blinds.
And Mark bets 100,000.
And he's committing to this. Unfortunately, he has run into top pair.
And Mark lays down, and the pot goes to Carl.
Ristine gives him the old nice read and folds.
So James, we're doing EPT Retro for the next 11 weeks.
12 weeks total, including this week.
I'm going to make a petition right now for a table tap emote in the chat. If we don't have a slot, we need to scrap something, but we need like a little like a knock on the table, because we're going to see every hand that gets one. We need chat to be spamming little table taps.
He's right.
But what if
you can take my face out if need be?
But what if the table tap is only a thing for like the first season, and by the time the emote is ready, it's already no longer a thing?
That's true. Yeah. It's definitely very popular here in 2005.
I mean, it has other uses.
And Brandon calls.
Oh, kings versus queens here. Ristine raises to 50,000 and Schaefer flats with the queens. No re-raise. And it's a queen high flop.
Reverse setup.
Mark is first. Mark checks.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Ristine. You didn't deserve this.
He's setting a trap, but his trap is actually inside Brandon Schaefer's much bigger, more disguised trap.
Mark raises to 100,000.
It's actually a pretty nice spot for a check raise as well with the kings.
And Brandon calls.
I think both players are playing this hand really soundly so far. I guess more commonly going to see the 3-bet pre-flop, but sorry, the re-raise pre-flop.
Thank you.
Brandon checks. River card.
Check now.
8.
And a 8 on the river.
Really great card for Ristine as well, pairing the 4. He beats Queen Jack now, of course. All in and called. Wow, what a cooler.
And that is the end of Mark Ristine, cashing out in 3rd place for 40,500 euros. And we are going heads up in Deauville. A round of applause from James Hartigan at the back. As Ristine exits the arena, and it will be Brandon Schaefer heads up against his friend and roommate, Carl Olsen. Schaefer with 1.618 million. Near enough a 2-1 lead over Carl Olsen, who has 850k. Blind still 10,000, 20,000.
This is adorable. I'm surprised with just 2 Americans left that all the French people in Deauville aren't like packing up the room around them. They're like, all right, this is over.
I tell you what,
Let's go.
just a quick fast forward, because we probably won't have time to discuss it afterwards. But there was a sick party after the conclusion of this final table. Literally everyone went. It was in the nightclub in the basement of the casino called Regine's, where they only served 2 drinks. Desperados, which is that awful bottled beer with tequila in it, for 25 euros a bottle. And I'm talking about the little bottles, not large ones. Or
a single serving bottle.
Or bottles of champagne for several hundred euros. But the great thing is, this was back in 2005. So someone from the EPT, someone from Stars just put their credit card behind the bar, and we all had an amazing night.
A night of Desperados and Bubbleados.
Oh, look,
There's James Hartigan.
I've changed position.
Party.
I'm now sat behind Olsen. I moved.
It's a 4. Carl is first to egg. He checks.
Schaefer's going to try to bluff this. Well, we know given Olsen's hand strength, it might work. Now, Schaefer did raise pre-flop, but he checked flop and checked turn. Now he's going to bet 250 on the river when the 4 peels off.
Something doesn't make sense. Doesn't really add up, does it?
No, and this is an
Wow,
overbet.
great call from Olsen.
He calls with king high, yes.
47,20,000. Showdown, please.
Neither of them want to show their cards. King high, good.
For Carl, which is king high.
Wow,
King
indeed.
high is good.
And Brendan, he falls on a 720,000.
Wow.
Carl Olsen with a king
What a hand.
bet 250,000.
Very, very impressive hero call from Olsen at the river. Like you say, Joe, it didn't really make sense, but still, when you're playing against, as you say, these guys are good friends at the time. When you're playing against friends, it's always tough to get it right. You question whether you're just leveling yourself or if they're just trying to trap you and then, going for an unorthodox play. But he correctly made the call.
There are some hands that'll play it that way. Pocket 4s might play it that way. There are some traps, right? Like, let's say you flopped a set right off the bat. You flop a set of aces. You could maybe play it that way. So, and I think that as far as balance is concerned, like, people aren't going to be just punting there very often. So it's not the easiest call to make, even though it looks suspicious.
And a call.
So Queen Jack against pocket 4s. Schaefer open to 60k. Olsen re-raised to 160k. And Olsen still has the best hand. He continues for 150,000.
4's typically a hand not necessarily going to be 3-bet just because there's so many bad boards. Wow, Schaefer pulls the trigger with the Queen Jack. Jams all in over the top on King 7-8, completely airballing.
Does Olsen get him again?
Might be the best hand, but I can't call.
And the pot of 620,000 goes to
Not this time.
Olsen's pretty on point though. He says, could be the best hand, can't call. He's right. You'd expect bluffs to have a decent amount of outs, even if 4s was ahead. He lays it down.
You know what Schaefer did there? And this was very popular in 2005. He put his opponent to a decision for all his chips.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to look a player in the eye and say, hey, are you ready to play for it all?
Yeah. Blinds up, 15,000, 30,000, and Schaefer's opened here with jacks. 90k is the bet.
10-8 of diamonds, always fun.
Oh, hello. Top set for Schaefer. And Olsen has paired his 10.
Are we going to see a trap? Pretty connected board.
Love trapping. No, he makes it as close to a trap as he can without checking. He bets the same as his pre-flop raise.
There are some situations where checking top set seems pretty reasonable, but this isn't a board where your hand has that much locked up. And still lots that can continue, right? Lots of straight draws, queen 9s and king queens, and not to mention flush draws. That's a huge turn.
Oh my goodness. Not good, Bob.
Olsen looks like he's counting out a lead, which is a pretty reasonable play. Lots to protect against on double flush draw, straighty board. Schaefer sitting pretty with the top set, though.
And the call.
Just opts to call.
Gulp.
The king of clubs.
That is a pretty bad card for everybody.
Yeah, the backdoor flush does get there. Great check from Olsen, pot controlling, and a snap shove. It is a really, really bad river. Olsen clearly doesn't like it. The only consideration would be if Schaefer's shoving something like king queen for value, right? Like had the open ender got there, thinks his hand's good.
Still 2 pair on a straighty flushy board. Ugh.
And bottom two at that, right?
Yeah, not a good 2 pair.
Oh, man.
But spades miss. Something like ace-4 of spades might bluff. Something like 8-9 might turn itself into a bluff and shove. Be a really impressive laydown, actually, especially, you know, at this time, so to speak.
And Carl folds and a pot of 800.
And that's a great check fold.
Good fold. They can't show Hardigan because he's unimpressed. He's not clapping.
At this point, I think I'd just been introduced to Luca Pagano and was having a chat with him on the rail.
You're like, hey, Luca, who's paying for all the desperados later? I got to make sure I'm nearby.
Carl opens the pot is a raise to 90,000.
I'm all in.
I call.
Whoa, okay. All
And
in
a call.
a snap call.
9s against king 8.
All in with a pair of 9s. Brandon shows king 8 offsuit.
Olsen obviously at a sizable chip disadvantage at this point. Hits his 8.
Pair of 8s for Brandon with a pair of 9s in front from Carl. Turn cut.
Olsen set for a double up.
No change. Last card.
Manages to fade a king or an 8 on the river, and that will see Olsen double up through Schaefer.
I will say, I think Olsen's played a really solid heads up, if not an entire final table. James Hardigan in the background discussing similarly, I would expect. Where are those desperados?
James, did you put Luca Pagano's phone number into your Razor phone?
Do you know what? In 2005, I think I actually had the Motorola Razr. And I'm actually really annoyed that the new Razr is an Android phone, because if it ran iOS, I'd be all in.
Really?
It's beautiful.
Polyphonic ringtones as well.
Oh, this could be trouble.
The Razr was the first phone that gave you iTunes in your phone.
Are you saying actions on the original Razor?
Oh boy. Both at this board and at you, Mr. Stapleton. 10 high. Queen of diamonds for Olsen. He's got the flush draw. Brick turn. 200,000 now. Half pot bet.
Brandon bets 200,000.
I don't see how this ever ends well for you unless you hit a diamond.
This might be one of those think I have the best hand, might be all in on the turn moments for Olsen. Just calling though.
River card is a 9.
4-liner on board.
Ugh.
Brandon checks and showdown.
Oh, it goes check, check. Okay.
Has a pair of 10s, kick a queen, and ace 10 for Brandon as a better kicker. And a pot of 720,000 goes to Brandon. A pair of 10s, kick.
Man, that had to be almost all of it, right?
Yeah, I think Schaefer's really got him on the ropes now.
And again, a really, I think a pretty nicely played hand by both players there. I don't think we see that hand play out much differently in the modern day. I think good decision just to call flop and turn from Olsen's. Going to win enough of the time. Good value bets from Brendan Schaefer. Scary river, check, check. Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, we know Brandon Schaefer loves 10-7.
Suited in diamonds. And, oh, looks like the Desperados have arrived on the rail. Yep, 29-year-old James Hartigan is swigging away.
I think that might be a Heine. All right, so we have a defend with the 4-3 of hearts. And flops About as good as you could hope.
Carl bets 120,000.
Hey, John Gale.
Yeah.
I'm on.
All in announced.
Top pair versus bottom pair in a draw. It's a tale as old as time.
James Hartigan watches on in the background. There's the call.
Carl calls. We have an all-in the final of the French Open. We see the hands. 10-7 for Brendan.
So top pair against a flush draw, a straight flush draw.
Top pair, not the favorite.
Turn, guys. A 9 of spades.
Now it is.
No help for Carl.
And it is a blank on the river, which sees Brandon Schaefer win the Deauville leg of Season 1 of the European Poker Tour.
Sick. James Hartigan finished in 43rd place.
My finishing position was never recorded because it was not a cash. But yes, Brandon Schaefer becomes the 5th winner on the European Poker Tour, 144,000 euros. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will conclude day 1 of EPT Retro. I'm going to keep this brief because I know we've got GJ and Pi standing by to bring you action from day 3 of the Sunday Million. A huge thanks to Benjamin Spragg and to Joe Stapleton. Tomorrow, guys, we are going to be covering the EPT Grand Final from Season 1, which I can tell you, it has multi-day coverage. So it's not just the final table. We cover it from the very start. So you'll see a lot of big-name pros, a lot of blasts from the past, a lot of familiar faces. And we're also, after we conclude Season 1, going to kick off Season 2 with Barcelona. So probably another 5 hours tomorrow of action. But thanks. I hope you enjoyed it, both of you.
Had a great time.
did.
Thanks for having us on.
Not
Fun stuff.
at all. We will do it all again tomorrow. Thank you for watching. And yes, we're going to hand over the reins to GJ and Pi. It is now time for day 3, the final day of the record-breaking Sunday Million event. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. GMT.